Must have been hell waiting. Did you ever go in the house just to see what was going on to get him? Did you try to stop him?
I was only past the doorstep for a little while, and I froze.
Okay.
She has now admitted that she was in Paul Quant's residence at the same time as Austin. However, she's trying her best to distance herself from the brutality of the crime that occurred by only showing peripheral complicity in the crime, in order to charge her for
Past the doorstep for a little while, and I froze.
Okay.
She has now admitted that she was in Paul Quant's residence at the same time as Austin. However, she's trying her best to distance herself from the brutality of the crime that occurred by only showing peripheral complicity in the crime, in order to charge her for
Past the doorstep for a little while, and I froze.
Okay.
She has now admitted that she was in Paul Quant's residence at the same time as Austin.
Talk about some hate that the women's side is getting. Michael Porter Jr. pulled up to the pivot recently, had this to say about the women's game.
Uh-oh.
And they're very talented, but so is a famous ping pong player. They're just as talented as the best ping pong player is just as talented as the best basketball player. That doesn't mean they're going to get paid the same because
They play ping pong.
It's what the people want to watch. You know what I mean? So, as much as I understand females wanting the same treatment as men basketball players, it's a different sport. People, they're not packing out the arenas. Obviously, their TV deals aren't the same. So as much as I advocate for women and kind of the equality of the respect of their craft and all those things, I mean, you can't pay them the same thing, you know, but I do feel like there should be a little way to make a little bit more money for them because they are very talented.
Correct. Yeah, I think the big thing, obviously, when you're thinking about negotiations, labor unions, and different things like that.
Now, my issue here is, like, why they gotta talk so delicate? Why they just can't just talk? Oh, we gotta talk delicate now because we're talking to a sister. We just can't just have unbiased talk.
I don't believe there's any woman that believes she should be paid as a man gets paid. It's more about the revenue share. It's more about the percentage. And I think those things play into it. And then the other side of it is treatment, you know, within their own organizations. Like they're never, like they don't.
Well, it's not as exciting.
No, it's not as exciting.
It's not as exciting basketball.
Yeah, you're not.
They got lower the rims. I would watch a girl coming down the lane on another. I would watch that. They need to lower the rims.
Actually.
So one guy said it's not an exciting game, and then another guy said, Porter Jr. said he'll watch it. So look, the customers are speaking out. Okay, they're telling you what needs to be done for them to possibly watch, engage, support, so that these women can make more money. They need eyes. They need more people.
So Lexi, you have some thoughts on MPJ's comments. Floor is yours.
Well, let me start by saying, I think his heart was in the right place.
Let me start with saying, watch how delusional you be.
I'm not here to shit on Michael Porter Jr. I do think he started on the right foot, and then he just kind of put his foot in his mouth. And like, my issue with the pivot is they allow these guys to say things that they know is wrong, and they just are like, okay, keep going, or they'll feed them more information for them to then double down on the stupid shit that they had just said. So I mean, there's like a lot to unpack in his, like, they'll feed them more information for them to then double down on the stupid shit that they had just said. So I mean, there's like a lot to unpack in his, like.
What was stupid about what he said? Like, he's not a viewer. I'm not a viewer. Most men are not viewers of the WNBA. And most people aren't. Evidently, you got to be having more money, more attention, more press, more everything. So when the customer speaks out, you ignore the customer? Interesting.
Statements identifying us as females instead of women the whole time.
All right, now she's nitpicking. All right, first of all, most Black men are going to say females, right? That's something that I had to get out of it. That's something that we unconsciously do, okay? So stop it with the conspiracy theory.
That we can't get treated the same, and then he then says treatment to payment, which are two completely different things. We can still be treated with respect, and they can respect our craft without us making $20 to $30 million a year. Like, those things are not, like, both of those things can happen. We cannot get paid $30 million, and we can be respected and treated.
Well, that's unbeknownst to us. We don't know anything about the disrespect you guys receive, and who is it from? Is it from the owners, the fans? Is it? I mean, you're not clear on that. Can you be more specific and direct where the disrespect is coming from? It's like you're just making this shit up.
Well, for being professional basketball players, lowering the rims comment, you already know how I feel about that. It's stupid. It doesn't benefit me personally at all because I'm still not going to dunk.
Moron, the 10-foot rim doesn't benefit Trae Young. He was not talking about for you, idiot. Okay? He's talking about the WNBA, the women who can dunk if the rims are lowered. But that's the thing when it comes to these topics, man. Women most often take it from their shoes, like their perspective on how they feel. Like she just expressed. Men, we look at it from the lens of men, not from the lens of me, the man. Like she's looking at it from the lens of her, the woman, not for women, the lens of women. And that's just an unfortunate thing. He wasn't talking about you. He had, we're talking about the taller women who can dunk if the rims are lower.
Yeah.
I can't dunk on a 10-foot rim. I'm definitely not going to dunk on a 9-foot rim. It's going to fuck up my shooting. It's going to fuck up everybody's shooting. And I just feel like the way he plays basketball, like he shoots a lot of threes.
Yeah, and Stephen Curry isn't dunking the ball. That's not why we watch him. Kyrie's not dunking the ball. So he wasn't saying lower the rim so low that all women can dunk, and that's when he'll watch it. He's just saying lower the rim where some women can dunk. Like the way he expressed. Look how tall he is compared to Stephen Curry. Okay? So I'm the same way. Like, I don't watch it. I'm telling you, if you want to expand, which you should, but because you're a player, you're not an owner, like you don't get it. But the goal will be to expand the WNBA so people can watch it. Okay, so now you need to know what people will want to watch. And I agree. If you lower that rim where I could see a pick and roll dunk, alley-oop dunk, that'll be kind of dope for me. Like, all right, yeah, maybe I'll tune in. I'm telling you straight up.
I just don't. He doesn't dunk. He wants us to dunk. You dunk. Like, what are we talking about? It's a tired conversation, and I'm very
I can't even hear. Damn, it's volume up. Speak up.
annoyed with the way he plays basketball. Like, he shoots a lot of
He's
threes.
the crying game.
I just don't. He doesn't dunk.
Hold on.
He wants us to dunk. You dunk. Like, what are we talking about? It's a tired conversation, and I'm very annoyed with men continuing to create these spaces to discuss these things when they don't watch our games, they don't know us, they don't ask us our opinion.
We don't need to ask you, stupid. You gotta ask us. We don't ask you. You're trying to get us to watch what you putting out, your product. The hell we asking you for? We're good. This nut we got here. Delusional nut.
Big up Unbiased, David.
Peace,
Big
man.
up everybody. I hear you. It's been a long time, Unbiased. It's been a long time.
Yeah, hold on. This bonehead right here got me a little hot, man.
No, you see, honestly, I'm going to tell you, the only sport that people watch and women get the same pay is tennis. It's tennis.
Right.
And maybe a little track and field, like the track racing. But basketball, soccer, what other sport that women play with men? That a popular sport that men. Boxing, cricket. Women don't get the same pay. And it's because those are sports, team sports that require high level of skill. But also, I've said this a million times, and I'm going to say it a million and one time. The women who play in the WNBA look too masculine. They look like a bunch of high school boys, most of them. They dress like a bunch of high school boys. If I wanted to watch high school boys play, I would go to the local high school when they have a game. But they dress like, they look like, and then they even talk like. This girl is an exception to the rule. She looks feminine and she sounds feminine.
Right.
But when you hear most of them, they sound like the girl who on the Breakfast Club now. What's her name?
Oh, just hilarious.
Just hilarious. Just hilarious has more bass in our voice than the average man. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, you got a couple rappers. You got Glorilla. I swear, man. When I first heard her track, I swear I thought it was a guy. Somebody corrected me. Yeah, he's like, that's a woman. I'm like, you're lying. Ain't no way in hell that's a woman. They said, yep, that's a woman. I said, wow.
Right. Well, yeah, Gorilla, that heavy bass, rough, raspy voice. It's not sexy. And most women, because she wanted to call a woman, most women in the NBA look like men.
Yeah.
Right? And we know, when you're talking about basketball, you don't want to be even classified as gender. You just want to say the player. You don't want to say the woman player or the man player. Because in tennis, they don't say the woman. You just make mention to the person name. Serena, Venus, Navratilova. They mention the names. They don't mention the gender.
Right.
Right. But you want to look like a man, act like a man, sound like a man, but yet still cannot play like a man. The 10-foot hoop don't make any difference because it's not dunking alone. It's basketball. It's like a game. They just look masculine.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like she tried to reduce it, and this bonehead kind of like represent the average woman like thought. She trying to reduce it to I can't dunk, and I said, hold up. When he said lower the rim, he wasn't thinking of your dumb ass. He was talking about lower the rim for who can potentially dunk, not for you, stupid.
Because it's not everybody in the NBA dunks.
Right, Stephen Curry and Kyrie Irving, the two most famous point guards or players in the NBA, they don't dunk.
Right.
And you got Trae Young. When Curry tried to dunk in the NBA, it was Shaq in the full, like almost every attempt.
Right.
Okay. Trae Young never attempted to dunk, and Kyrie dunked a few times.
But when they don't have to dunk either, because while they're dunking, I'm risking fucking up themselves. Sorry, I'm risking injuring themselves on the way down.
And I don't even know, like, what's this woman's name? Like, her name not even in the title. That's disrespect. I gotta look her name up. Lexi.
Lexi, they introduced her at the beginning of the show. But she's a regular on Gil's Arena. Because I watch Gil's Arena all the time. But let's be honest. Nobody is interested in the WNBA. Nobody is interested in watching a bunch of 16-year-old looking boys play basketball. They're not even playing to their strengths. You're a female. You're supposed to be a female in your prime, right? Fit, six-pack. When you look at track and field, those females look fit and feminine. They're not trying to look like the men.
Yeah.
They're trying to look like women who are fit and feminine. The basketball players who fit and feminine. Why are the shots that catch you below the knee? Why are you looking masculine?
And you know what? Two of the GOATs in WNBA look feminine too. Cheryl Swoops and Cynthia Cooper. They were on the feminine looking side.
No, because they understood it. They understood it. And Cheryl Scoops and Stuart Washington, like, it was difficult in the locker room.
Yeah.
Because it's a bunch of rainbow flags in the WNBA. It's a rainbow flag league.
Yeah.
Right? Where you see the husbands and kids. On the sideline, how many husbands and kids do you see on the sidelines of a WNBA?
I don't know. I don't be watching.
Rare. You don't see any. You do not see any husbands and kids. I'm not saying somebody's sexuality determine the popularity, but kids is what let something go. And kids watch more kids. You have approximately, what, 300 women in the WNBA? And there's no kids on the sideline?
Yeah. So hold on. I'm gonna rewind a little.
About and I'm very annoyed with men continuing to create these spaces to discuss these things when they don't watch our games, they don't know us, they don't ask us.
Now look at this bonehead. She said they don't ask us. Well, we don't need to ask you because you're the one complaining, right? When somebody complains, we listen to the complaint. It's like, all right, what the hell's going on here? Oh, nobody watches us. We don't get paid. So what are we asking now? We just like trying to think about why nobody watches you, why you don't get paid. It's like, well, you're not that exciting. You know, it looks like you said, it looked like high school basketball is not much showboating, freestyling, and that stuff, and it ain't no dunking. Like, so that might be, you know, some of the reason why.
I'm going to tell you another thing. If the game was pass-centric, meaning that they pass the ball a lot, because they're passing the ball, but they're trying to isolate the men. And the women ISO is boring. They play ISO basketball, and it looks boring. Because you don't have the physical ability to play ISO basketball. They don't have the crossover ability. Go and watch it.
Well, now, yeah, it's far in between, but some of them do got some handles.
No, they don't. It's far in between that because they need to play European style basketball, a pass-centric basketball game where they move the ball by passing the pass and taking nice jump shots. They open up shots by passing the ball. They don't do that. They're trying to play like the men. They're trying to play like the men, and you're not men. You're not men. Women in tennis don't try to play like the men. They don't have to serve like the men. So they play more placement tennis, where their job is to place the ball in a position where the opponent cannot reach it. They want to play back to the basket like men. No.
All right, play a little more.
Really?
Our opinions about anything ever. And like, if you don't have to watch us play, that's fine. But like, for you to just sit there and just constantly shit on our craft, our product, and everything without really being tuned in, like, it's not right at this point.
Yo, this is the delusional bonehead here. She said, now she calls it shitting on their craft. So when, I mean, now I'm kind of confused about the complaint because she said it's respect. But she didn't clarify who is disrespecting the WNBA players. She never said who was doing that. She threw it out there just in the open. So, Lexi, when you don't be specific, you just throw out things out there, then the men is going to say that we're going to wonder who's disrespecting you. Is it us? Like you said, it can't be us because we don't watch you. So is it the owners? Is it the players? Is it like the fans? who is disrespecting y'all? And who is shitting on your craft? Hold on.
But
Point. But again,
question,
you don't have to watch anything.
Wait, hold on.
But y'all always want to talk about us, so might as well watch us. Shit.
All right, now
Watch
listen
anything,
to the logic right here. Hold
Y'all
on.
always want our product and everything without really being tuned in. Like it's just not. It's not right.
All right, now listen to this next statement. I'm just like totally confused. And like these guys don't. I don't like they timid. They afraid to ask hard questions. All right, hold on.
This point. But again, you don't have to watch anything. But y'all always want to talk about us, so might as well watch us. Shit.
All right. So she ended with, "You always want to talk about us." Now she's not being clear on who is always talking about them, but they might as well watch. So she might be talking about the men, I guess, the men NBA players. But I thought earlier it was about respect. She just said, "Well, you don't watch us anyway," but then she wanted us to watch. Okay, well, Michael Jr. Porter just said he will only watch if you lower the rim. And the other guy that was with him said, "You're not exciting." So why would we watch something that does not entertain us? And who's always talking about y'all? I don't recall these NBA podcasters talking about the WNBA. Like, see, it's the opposite. They don't talk about y'all. It's the opposite. Go ahead.
My thing is, right? Tomorrow morning, I decide to open a restaurant, and I'm cooking up a star. I believe that I'm cooking up a star. I have 20 dishes on the menu. I have all kind of bullshit. I have a nice place. You know, I think I have a nice ambiance. But people come to my restaurant and never come back. I need now to recognize that it may be about the food. What am I not doing in the kitchen? Because people want to go to restaurants. People want to be entertained. But what I'm preparing is not entertaining.
Right.
Or people want to be fed. But what I'm preparing is not tasteful or nutritious.
Right.
Right? The double NBA is a vending machine. Right? And there's no choice in a vending machine. What they offer is bullshit.
Right.
But they don't want to admit it. That this is bullshit. What do we need to do? Because guess what? Nobody wants to be not to be politically correct. Nobody wants to come to me for and say, listen, they all look like men. When they come into the game, like when they come into the game and they dress up, very few. A team will have 15 people on the team. And one or two of them girl they come to the game. You understand? Have on heels and a nice outfit. One or two of them girl they come into the game. You know, when they come off the bus and they try to come into the game. Very few of them look girl. The rest of them look like studs. Straight men do not want to watch gay women. When men watch sports, it's because many men are disillusioned to believe that if they were given the opportunity, they too could be doing what Michael Jordan is doing. Right? Or they wish they could. I wish I could be Patrick Mahomes. That dude is cold. You know? If I was born taller or stronger, I too could be Patrick Mahomes. No straight man ever look in the mirror and say, I identify with a stud. Never. Never. These girls, and nobody can talk to them because it's a lawsuit. Nobody wants to see a stud come to the game.
It'll be tough. The only way, like last night, they tried to introduce an up and coming WNBA player, Caitlin Clark. They had her go against Stephen Curry for the 3-point shooting. So they're trying to intermingle somehow, some way, the WNBA with the NBA. But they should have been doing that though.
They should have been doing it. They should have been doing it.
Yeah.
But you need to play to your strengths. You have a bunch of attractive women who are fit. No overweight girl is playing in the NBA. There's no fat girl in the NBA. I'm not. They might have one or two, but realistically, there's no fat girl. You have physical specimens that is called women looking like men, acting like men. No man, bring up the femininity, man. Let girls be girls and boys be boys. But I don't want to watch a bunch of girl boys. But that's my part of the story. Continue playing it now.
All right, let's go.
Damn.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
What is the problem?
Yo, look how delicate they got to talk. Yo, they just can't talk regular. They got to be so delicate. What is the problem?
What is the solution?
Right.
Now, if we can't, one, answer the questions, and we can't come to any resolve about any of the conversations that's being had, right? So a lot of times when we do ask the question, so what's the problem?
Yeah. I mean, everyone says the problem is the product. That's not the problem.
Now, he's asking her, what's the problem? What's the solution? And her first answer is what everybody else says what the problem is. So she says, everybody says now, bro, like you said, if you're cooking, if you had that restaurant, and let's say you're making steamed cabbage, bro. If your business isn't growing and everybody is saying because it's your steamed cabbage, you might want to listen to that. You don't want to ignore that and then come up with your own reasons what the problem is, like she about to do.
Great basketball being played.
Now she said the product isn't the problem. She said because great basketball is being played
Throughout the entire W. Then we're either getting compared to NBA, which everyone complains about how NBA is being played right now. So we get.
Okay, he just asked you. What is the problem? Why aren't y'all growing? Why are you're not getting this so-called respect? Why aren't you getting paid? He asked that, and she's talking about something. And like nobody stops her and checks her and say, "Hey, man, answer the damn question."
Get compared to that, or we get compared to the 3 most marketed women's college basketball games of the entire women's college basketball season. So we're stuck in the middle, just getting it from both sides. If we were out there playing bad basketball, like I would understand, but like that's not the case. So
they're playing bad basketball. They play like men, and women cannot play like men. They play bad basketball.
Okay, so
they're trying to play like men.
So
the passing is weak.
So Stu, she would then say, well, why do college women's college basketball get more respect, more eyes, and more money? She say, if what you're saying is true, then why do the college women get the respect, the attention, all that? They're playing like us.
Because the college support is different. The alma mater support the college. So when LSU and Wildcats have on the jersey, they have all that. So they get the college support. But when you come over to the pros now, and in college you have this feminine look about you. You are looking like dudes. And you come over to the pro now, and you say nobody can talk to you. I'm going to myself. This is what I am. I'm going to look like a dude on the court. No. Back in the early days, golf had a problem. GOLF had a problem. Golf had a problem. Especially women golf, where they said that most of the women who played golf were lesbians. And they had to cover that problem. Because nobody wants to market. No man wants to watch a bunch of dykes.
Yeah, so that would be considered a problem, right? That they got to address. So they got to find a way to market the, the LGBT part of them to make them more accepted in the sport. All right, so let me play.
No, but you would think that gay men would watch the game. No, gay men don't watch gay women play sports.
Nah.
And gay women don't even watch them either. So they need to fix that problem.
So she's about to give some solutions, I guess.
Marketing, promotion, our equity in our media deals, all that. It's like a very layered issue.
Let me ask you this. You said you're playing good basketball, and you feel that.
Yeah.
So if we ask NBA players right now, are you guys playing good basketball right now? Do you think they would say yes? Consensus, it's like a consensus of, you guys
they
think?
say it publicly, so I can't hear their true opinions.
But they would say, yeah, like we're playing good basketball.
Say yes.
So the real consensus and the real judgment doesn't come from the internal.
Right.
The players are always going to stay within the players' consensus. We playing pretty good basketball. We don't feel like we're playing basketball bad, but then you go to the fans and us, who we could say, hey, the basketball is shit right now when we watch the NBA.
It's not coming from our fans. It's coming from
the people who have the voice.
People who don't really watch the game.
Right. Yeah.
But when you look at the fans.
All right. So they got this guy to step in there to say some dumb stuff to help her be more delusional. So they're saying the fans. Well, first of all, you don't have any fans, right? And that's the issue. You don't have any fans. So
you need to ask a question. Coming from the people who you want to be fans, what are they saying while they do?
Right. That's where I was going next. It's not the fans because you don't have any fans. You want fans. You want people like me and Stu Pease. You want us to give an opinion. And we're here. And we're saying that it's not entertaining.
Fans don't have a.
And for me, I say lower the rim, like Porter Jr. But who was here? Somebody was here. They said no, they don't want them to lower the rims. They don't want to see women dunking or behaving like, oh, my boy, he wasn't here, but he got his own podcast. He said that he's not into women dunking on each other because it was too close to like masculinity. So you're right about some of that, because my boy don't know nothing about my podcast, and he that was his thing. I said, yeah, lower the rims. He said no, he don't want to see women like in each other's face like men after a dunk. So I was like, interesting.
No, but once some women play like women, the thing about it is that, listen, when you watch women tennis, what women have over men is not strength and power. They have finesse because they have more shot placement. Because their game is centered around shot placement. The men game is centered around power. The WNBA women want to act like Shaquille O'Neal and flex on each other. No, I don't come to say two women stay. I don't come to say a cat fly. We come to say a game of skill. What is your strength? Passing and shooting. Passing and shooting. Your strength is not ISO. Your strength is not these big baggy shots going down trying to ISO, bending your knees, crossing over, putting the ball behind your back. No, because you cannot do it. 1 and 2 you may be able to do some similar side, but the majority cannot. Even the majority of men in the NBA cannot ISO. Most men can't ISO play. Most men can't cross over people. That's why we'll find somebody like Kyrie, Allen Iverson, Tim Hardaway, Penny Hardaway. We can name all of them, who good at it. Kobe Bryant. Most men cannot do it.
Yeah.
And let's be truthful. It's 6 or 8 teams carrying the 30 teams in the NBA.
Right.
It's always been 6 or 8 teams. Maximum 18 carrying the 30 teams in the NBA. They've always been New York, LA, Miami, Los Angeles. Who else?
You got the Celtics.
The Boston Celtics. How was the next one?
You got
Most of the other
76ers with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, and the 76ers now. But it's 6 traditional teams. Although the Nuggets win a championship, the Nuggets was a non-consequential team. The Spurs have the fan base, yes, but it wasn't really a team, and I'm a Spurs fan. It was not really a team carrying the NBA. We know that it's a Lakers, the Knicks, Boston Celtics, Miami, now Golden State, and I put the 76ers inside. I don't mention Milwaukee Bucks, don't mention the Nuggets, and they won the last couple of championships. Because, and the Bulls used to be there when Jordan was there. How many real stars in the NBA? How many superstars in the NBA? There are about 6 or 5 superstars in the NBA.
Yeah,
many of them might be getting max contract, but they're not superstars. Right. Nobody would recognize them out of the uniform. Nobody would recognize them out of the uniform. So when people talking, oh, double NBA, there's basically 6 teams carrying the league. The NBA itself have a viewership problem because most people now not watching the games. They're watching the highlights on YouTube after the game. More people watch the highlights and watch the game. More people watch 15 minutes highlights and watch the game.
Yeah, that's all I watch. I don't watch any NBA games. I watch only highlights.
You watch a 15 minutes highlight.
That's all I watch.
Right? No, the NBA thinking about streaming. So how can we get on Netflix? Right? You have some games now streaming on HBO. They're trying to get it off the TV. They're trying to get the streaming contract. Because they're saying, listen, most people are not sitting down to watch a game. What if we allow them to watch a game on their phone? And to be able to replay it up to the NBA itself. Very few people know. Many people don't know who Jokic is, the Joker. And he is one of the best centers in the league. They know who LeBron is. And they might know who the Greek Freak is. But Kyrie, and they might know Kyrie is because he's controversial outside of the game.
Yeah. Stephen Curry.
And they know who Stephen Curry is. Right, because his complexion glow up on the color that he's wearing glow up on the screen. You can't pick him out from the others. You can't pick him out from the other 9 players easily. He's not white, he's not black, he's yellow. He's bright as a bottom. So they know who he is. But the average grandmother don't know who most of the people are.
Nah.
That's why the league banking on the 7'5" boy now. Because you can't pick him out easy. And he has some amount of skill. Listen, after improving himself this year, you think that any other center is going to be able to bully him? The league is going to tell the ref if the center starts to bully him, push him around, call foul, call foul, call foul.
I'm going to play a little more.
voice as
Yeah.
much as we do as interpreting what the fans are telling us and feeding us, and we just push it out, right? So, like I said, the solution. What is the solution to you believing that y'all are playing good basketball, but the fans are showing otherwise because they're not coming out to support, which would change the sales, would change the concessions and all of the things that make the W boom. And even for the NBA would boom more if everyone felt the basketball was really being played at a high level. Now, if we got a bunch of guys scoring at a high level as they are, 70s, 60s, 50s, how many ladies in the W are doing that, putting on a show?
Right.
Like Asia, she was what, 55, something like that, 57? That was the only outburst. And then you got Sabrina with the three-pointers. Those are the two things that we're looking at like, all right, that will be entertaining. Enrique in Dallas, she shows some glass, some stuff. Point guard for the Aces is to Chelsea. She shows her thing every now and again. But at the end of the day, where's the flash and dash? And we look at Juju. We look at Caitlin.
Right.
You look at Angel.
Right.
These are girls who are in college that give an entertainment quality, but they're not in a W. So when you talk about the solution, it's like, all right, you hear a bunch of people giving their opinion on the problem. We got to figure out how you guys can deliver the solution so it can be delivered to you guys.
Right.
Because if there is no solution, it's like you got to deal with everybody keep identifying the problem.
But it's just, and
There you go. And I don't find anything wrong he said so far, but let's hear her response.
And I completely understand where you're coming from, but it's like we're getting shit on because our league is so small and so talented. Like those outbursts are hard because you have
a lot of good players.
Talented players on your team.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah, you'll get maybe a 50 ball here, a 40 ball there, but it's hard. And we actually be D'ing up. Like
Right.
I tell y'all that all the time. Like maybe we'll play less defense to like up the entertainment value, which I completely understand.
They don't be playing D at all. They be fouling like hell. Stop it.
But like the people watching got to understand when that happens, like we're getting yelled at by our coaches and all these things. So it's like, it's a cycle. And I think we're getting there. You know, we don't take as many threes as the NBA does yet. I think we're heading in that direction.
That's why nobody watches you. See, now you're pointing out the problems. There you go. What else? See, now the truth coming out now.
I think this draft class and next year's draft class, I think they're going to make a big effort to keep these players in the league, to keep the eyes on the league. But like that has nothing to do with us.
All right.
Because I did my research on all of it.
Oh, damn. When you start off like that, I did my research on all of it. Oh, boy. So he's the expert.
The problem is that the WNBA girls that are in there now are too selfish to sacrifice today for the future. From day one, they handicapped American girls, right? So the American girls, if you're born in America, you have to go to college and play to a certain age, right? Overseas girls who have no following, right? You don't have an American following, but because you turn pro at an early age, because there's no high school basketball, you can come into the NBA or the WNBA at 18, 19 years old. Well, the product that has the following here has to wait. So you're sitting in college. Now think about how college basketball is. For the most part, it becomes dinosaurish, right? So for 3 years, whatever wild horse came into college basketball with their style out of high school has been whipped into a team type of player, a system player. When that system player gets into the W, she follows the rules. The problem with the W is if you don't allow the youth to come.
So, okay. So she claimed that these guys be hating, but it looks like they gave her like 10 chances to address some of the problems, and she really addressed one of them or two of them, but it took an outsider to address the problems that she would translate as shitting on them.
Come in and change the game, change it, right? You think about what I'm saying is you think about the Jujus and the Kellys and all those guys. If they come into the league right now, Taurasi and them can't physically keep up with these girls, which means get the fuck out of the league already. Retire, retire, retire. These girls is too fast. They're moving too fast at a speed you can't keep up with. But if I get to play against another 40-year-old, because we get to sit in here at 40 years old, it is easy to play basketball then. But if I got to stick someone think about Jeff Teague when he retired, right? At 30-something. It's because somebody was moving. Like, I can't keep up with these dudes. I'm out. Make room for somebody else. So what ends up happening is the product, the thing that pushes the W into another category of money is sitting in college.
Yep. And it's been sitting in college.
It's always all your stars.
Our draft class 2018, I think our entire first round picks are still actively playing. But it has taken so many years for us to get our own names and faces.
Okay, so it took him to address some of these problems for her to say, yeah, that's right. The stars sit in college and they don't promote them and they don't let them wild out and the next level. Yeah, but it took him to say that. Like you had your chance.
That whatever hype we had in college
is lost.
Like
Yeah, it's
non-existent
lost. Yep.
unless you're at an active social media, do other stuff. But then you've got to go to Europe and play. Now you're dark for 8 months. Now you come back. You're like, oh, I'm back. And everyone's like, wait, who are you again?
Yeah.
You're our draft pick?
Like look at this class right here, right? The names you're saying. All those girls can stay in college one more year.
Yeah.
Right? They can stay in college one more year. They have the most popular names amongst, if we say just women's basketball itself, some of those college girls would be part of these names. Some of them might be in front of W, like one or two, like most famous basketball player right now. One of those college girls is going to be one or two, right?
Yeah.
And it's not a product inside the W, which those are the girls that's going to move the needles. Those are the girls that's going to get all the lipstick thing. Think about the youth that follows them, right? Those are the ones who buys the jerseys, buys the products. They're the ones who put money into the game. The NBA, when Jordan retired the first time, and they started using the youth, Kobe, KG, T-Mac, they started pushing the younger talent.
Do you think if he didn't retire, that would have happened then?
Probably not. Like, that's what I'm saying. Who's the Trojan horse that takes the W, right? If you're saying it's Juju, then you need to make a rule where she can come in now. She can come in now.
Because the thing about the rule is,
you're talking about
the rule. You don't have to leave. So I've always been very much against that, letting them come out whenever rule, because then I think some girls.
Yeah, but have you been vocal like you are right now? Like, do you express that like you're doing now? Like, you probably don't.
Come out that shouldn't, and then what? But you don't have to.
What I'm saying is, it shouldn't. Like, I'm not.
That was goofy. What? Run that back, Turbo.
That's what I'm saying.
Rule, because then I think some girls will come out that shouldn't, and then what?
Honestly, if the college girls, even when they graduate from college, international girls, look, both leagues having a problem with international. European players coming over to America and they're taking over the league. Whether they like it or not. Right? Whether they like it or not, the European players taking over the league. While the American style of basketball might be flashy, it's not beating talented team players. And if you want to win or you want to globetrot, you have to decide what you need to do. If you're globetrotting, globetrotting. But if you want to win, it's a whole different ballgame. Continue.
But you don't have to.
What I'm saying is, it shouldn't. Like, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like the NBA, Kobe is not compared to Eddie Jones, right? That's who he's in. Eddie Jones is an all-star. This kid is 18. We're not on the same playing field. I know his trajectory, so he has a spot no matter what.
Right.
He's protected no matter what. My number one pick coming out of high school, 18, right? She is protected no matter what because, one, her understanding the hits, understanding being the pro, by the time she would have got in here versus like she's, you know, even though she don't play this year, she battles with you guys in practice every day. By the time by the time it would be her regular rookie year, she'd be 3 years in, she might be a dominant pro by then, right? Those are what's missing in the game.
Yeah.
And then same thing, get rid of some of those dinosaur ass coaches, right? What is your offense? Do y'all run UCLA cut?
No.
How many teams actually run UCLA cut in the W?
I don't think many anymore.
Because I know I was, what was the coach from Detroit? Bill and Bear. I was watching a game where I'm watching him, I'm like, wait, are they running UCLA? Is that the UCLA flex cut?
When Becky came in.
Yeah, like that.
She shut all that shit down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You need to put speeds in, so if you guys shoot through, y'all.
So he's addressing more, he's addressing more problems that she didn't address. So she's in there. She's internally in there, and she's blinded by the problems. She doesn't know. It takes the outsider to address. They run a college style, offenses, offensive plays. So it takes him to address all this, but she's playing and she's on here to complain, and she's not addressing the same things he's addressing. But she's an active player, but that doesn't understand the problem and the solutions.
Y'all should be shooting 43s a game.
No, I agree. But I hope in the new CBA, which is about to be renegotiated, rookie contracts become one of your guaranteed ones. I think that would help with this youth movement.
35 and over. 32 and over. I don't have no value for you.
Let's address the elephant in the room. Really is the ultimate sacrifice that the WNBA has to make is integrity of the game and entertainment value. This is the ultimate sacrifice the NBA made. When he's talking about when Michael Jordan retired, the game changed the format that allowed players who had the abilities to be more entertaining, to bring in more seat fillers. So when you look at the WNBA, it's compared to, in my eyes, the EuroLeague. EuroLeague compared to NBA is a totally different game because they play with integrity. It's boring. It's real basketball. And real basketball is boring because you're running sets, you're talking on defense, you're doing everything
the whole shot clock.
You learn from college.
But is that real basketball?
From where we come from the foundation of it, right? Yeah. So then you look at the W, it's foundational basketball from college. So it looks like still college basketball, but it's just older women playing college basketball. It's not entertaining. So the sacrifice that needs to be made is when Juju and Caitlin and all of these other younger players come in, allow them to be more entertaining, take the fossils out of the game, which are running the fossil offenses.
In right now that are entertaining like that. They just...
But we see them. But
this woman's in denial. She's still expressing that it's entertaining. Like, no, who? Which one of you? Are you to be right now?
But
they're harnessed by coaches.
Yeah. So you got the sacrifice of the game.
And so much rides on if you win things instead of just how you play and how you carry yourself. And I think once we can separate that as well, like I think more players will be more comfortable just hooping. Like, yes, you want to win. Obviously, if you're a good enough player, wins will come. But if you're out there hooping and you don't win a championship, or you don't make it to the finals, like you can't be like, but that's what happens. That's what happens
in the NBA right now. How many?
Nobody can. She's missing. She's totally missing.
Box outs do you actually see?
None.
All right. The integrity of the game when it comes to box outs, cool. Rotations, how many rotations do you truly see happening, right? When you talk about the sacrifice that was made is we don't hold them accountable for the small things that made basketball anymore.
Right.
They let that go.
But because we're women, it's like we have to do everything the right way.
Everything, yeah.
So, but
because we're women.
The right way is
the right way.
Everything, yeah.
So, but
the right way is get it done. If I got a girl that can come down, Caitlin, right? If she comes in and jack shots, that's her game, and she comes to the W, and I say we don't play like that.
Yes.
I'm as a
hope
coach,
that's not happening.
if I'm a coach, I did a disjustice
Yes.
to the league
Yes.
itself by doing that.
100%.
She is famous. She is the number 1, 2 pick because of this style.
Yes.
If I do not adapt to this style, I ruined the
completely
game
agree.
for you. Lowering the rim for dunking, you're not selling your game to NBA and dudes. It's called women's basketball. There's women out there everywhere that supports the game. So you.
Yeah, but they're stopping. You got, and no, it's kind of lopsided. Okay, for example, guys can be at a bar. They don't watch basketball at all. Right? They could be with their friends, and because their friends watch basketball at the bar and is playing at the bar, the non-basketball guy is going to watch basketball. You know, or let's say if my boy would invite me over, but he doesn't watch basketball, and it's a big game on, playoff game, all-star game. The guy that doesn't watch basketball and he's trying to invite me over there, he knows he got to cut that game on. Thank you. Uh-oh. Yeah, you gotta cut that game on. So like, you don't have that with the women. Like, you know, like you're not gonna have that with the women. And certainly if she's like involved with a man, like that really ain't happening because he's not into the WNBA. So if she got a boyfriend, you really ain't gonna watch that with her. Like that's totally out. So what Gilbert Arenas said was like he's like kind of kissing up. Like McCants, he ain't kissing up too much. This guy here is there for no reason. But he's kind of kissing up. Like, dude, you need the men to watch it because the men is gonna hype it up for the women to watch it. So yeah, you would need young boys and you would need men to watch basketball because women, girls, they usually watch what we watch, especially if we hype it up. We have men and boys and adolescents and whatever, teenagers, we have women watching boxing that don't watch boxing. But because we hype it up so much, they end up tuning in to Adrian Broner or Mayweather or Gervonta Tank Davis.
Lowering the rim to 7 foot and 6 foot. Who gives a fuck what we think? My daughter's not watching the game for dunking.
Right.
She's not watching the game for this. She's watching the game for what it is because that's how she plays it. So that's your fan base. You have to.
See, so he just did what she did. He made it about one person. Like your daughter. See, look, you just said it, Gilbert. Your daughter's only watching it because she plays it, fool. You want the people who don't play it to watch it, and that's because that's the masses. You want the people who don't play it to watch it, not the people who plays it to watch it.
Oh yeah,
Right, remember,
tapping the women.
like high school,
girls.
think about high school girls and college girls. Your fan base, they play a whole different. Think about what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. So he's one of those guys, the smartest person in the room.
They live a whole different style and play a whole different style than you. They dress different. They roll they little shorts up, thigh. Y'all got on long shorts. Y'all are old women to them, right?
I don't wear long.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for the most part, y'all. So y'all.
I'm real cute on that word, please.
No, think.
Oh boy, here they go again. It's all about her again. He's talking about the league, and she can't help but keep making it about herself.
About it when you guys, they dress different. They roll they little shorts up, thigh. Y'all got on long shorts. Y'all are old women to them, right?
I don't wear long.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for the most part, y'all. So y'all.
I'm real cute on that word, please.
No, think about it. When you guys come into the draft, y'all got on suits, business women stuff. What do you think a 16-year-old girl is looking at? What the hell is that?
We need to pull up my job class picture.
No, I'm just saying for just consenting.
I don't think we have. I think we have maybe one or two.
I'm just saying, but you are women.
Yeah.
We missing it.
But your audience is girls.
Yeah.
Right. So it's two different.
Right. And that's what he's saying, but he's too scared to say it.
He's saying what I'm saying.
Right.
He's saying about the outfit, but he's not. He cannot say it as though he would like to say it. He cannot say it to her. So, my girl, you're a bunch of dyke-looking bitch. Nobody interested in watching that.
Yeah, he's like killing me with that. And that's why I like academics, because the academics would just said it. He would have just said, hey, y'all looking like men and men ain't and little girls don't really look up to that.
Yeah, you don't look like girls.
There's a bridge that's gone because you're 22. These girls are 16, 17, 18. So the look that they have versus what they see is very different to them.
That's great that you said that, because I was just with a bunch of women in like the fashion and entertainment industry, and I had been meeting them for the first time, and they all said it. I had no idea that WNBA players looked like you. I've never seen one. And I was like,
there you go, Stu.
Damn.
That's what I've been trying.
I told you, she don't look like the average WNBA player. And other people say to her, and she said, I've never seen it. When other people say, I've never seen it, no, she's acting like a goofy. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's acting like a goofy. As if she don't realize what they're saying. That you look like a bunch of dykes.
Right.
And I'm not interested in having my daughter watch a bunch of dykes run around.
All right. So, let me finish it.
I'm trying to tell people though, because people think I get in my feelings because I don't get promoted. I don't do this. I'm not one of the WNBA faces, whatever. No, I don't care. I'm doing my own thing. I love playing basketball. It's cool. But I didn't grow up seeing girls look like me out there. Their hair done, their nails done, their lashes, makeup on. I love all of that. As long as you take care of business on the court. But I've had a group of women, like my age, a little older maybe, tell me that this is the first time they've seen a WNBA player that looks like me. And I'm just kind of like.
Yeah, but when he asked you the problem, how come you ain't say that earlier? Hey, some of the problem is we don't look like me, like a girly girl. How come she didn't say that when she was asked about the problem and solution? Now that the men had to get it out of her, now all of a sudden she's open. Yeah, so it took all that to get that out of her. Okay. Meanwhile,
but what she said is that it was professional women who told her that, listen, you girls look like men.
Yeah, if LeBron don't stop shooting, man, I'm watching like the All-Star games, I'm talking, and this guy just keep bricking and yelling, LeBron. If you don't pass that damn, they getting blown out, and he's still just jacking up crazy shots, man. All right, so let's see what's else in the news. Meanwhile, KD out here on fire. You know, if they don't take LeBron out the damn game, he bet try to go for 20 assists. He out here trying to keep up with Dame Lillard and these guys. Like, dude, stop it. All right.
You want some red bottom tomorrow? I told him no problem, I got him. You know what I'm saying? Smoking right now, man. Alcohol. Let me see it, man. I don't all them call. Anybody who knows somebody who ain't smoking right now, man? Tell them come on, please. He didn't give this shit away, man. I'm talking to Maybach right now. I got weed there. I'm talking to Maybach right now. I'm talking to Maybach, man. We got hold on our part. You know what I'm saying, man? We got cameras and shit out here, man. So anybody think they coming through, think they catching them, man? We ain't never slipping, man. We got niggas.
Now, how many of these guys, Stu, you think lives with their dad? All these guys out here selling drugs and trapping and gang activity. How many of these guys you think come home to an actual father?
Niggas on walking talking, man. You know what I'm saying? We got the can lady working. You know what I'm saying, man? Everybody busting for trouble. You know what I'm saying? They're my blood brother, you know what I'm saying? Bees up, pee up and get beat up. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? My boy DKJ got out and he got it on him. And he got the screen up on him. You know what I'm saying? He just got out yesterday. He's my other blood brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, we kick shit blue. This is everyday thing. Oh, shit. Check out the trucks. This nigga's gonna start playing about.
You see that tattoo on his arm? That's so funny. Yeah, he had that.
I got ashes on my truck.
He didn't show the Chuck Taylor on his arm. That's a corny ass Chuck Taylor.
You know what I'm saying? Half of these niggas ain't got nothing on them right now, man. They been smoked out. You know what I'm saying? These niggas out here every day, man, hustling, man. You know what I'm saying? Slow. What you got on you right now, man? They been smoked out, right? Thugger. It's not SWM. It's nothing, baby. It's nothing. It been smoked out, man. If it's a 50 in my bankroll, nigga, my mama a bitch. Hey, you heard that, nigga. It been smoked out. Big Val, like she ain't edged over them. What they thought?
Break one iPhone, go to the store and get an all black one for $5, $6. You know what I mean? Ain't too many bitches in the city doing that, gang.
They been smoked out.
Got no insurance.
I'm beating yo of all this sex money mercy that's going on this. I mean, I'm beating yo of all this sex money mercy that's going on this. I mean, I'm beating yo of all this sex money mercy that's going on this.
Yeah, where the hell Young Thug teeth at? Yeah, how the hell he got no teeth at like his age at that time?
All this sex money.
Yo, was that boy on drugs? That dude had 3 teeth in his mouth. About a Yo, where the hell is Young Thug's teeth? Yeah, I got a screenshot of that.
Isn't that a rapper?
That's a Young Thug.
That's a rapper, right?
That's Young Thug. That's a guy who's on trial, YSL, in Atlanta.
Yeah, but this was an early picture of him. He did get teeth since then, didn't he?
Yeah, but how you don't have no? How you got no teeth at like 22 though? Like, what kind of drugs is dude doing with no teeth at 22? Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
Probably had bad dental hygiene.
Nah, that's some drugs he's taking, man. That's some drugs. Them drugs take your teeth out.
But he looks good in court now. He put on some weight to look different in his face.
Yeah, I think it's the actual drink, that little drink they be drinking, that scissor drink. I think what does it. I think everybody who drink that normally don't have any teeth.
I think if him see him get away, I don't think he'll come back the same dude in the community. I don't think he'll be back to the same dude with the same bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately, he might just have to go back to that to keep his income. You know, like when these guys, that's why I love listening to like NBA players, ex-NBA players talk about like life after retiring, and they realize, hey, I can't maintain none of my lifestyle, none of my car notes, mortgages. Once I leave this sport, leave this rap, can't maintain my current livelihood. So if he tried to change his life, yeah, he got to start selling all his stuff and prepare.
Yeah, but that's amazing. Because all right, government bond is at 5%, right? If you're making $20 million a year, and you say, listen, I'm going to put this in bond. That's 10 million in bond. That's not taxable. They won't tax that because it's in government bond. It's like a 401k, a 30-year bond. Yeah, it's just 5% of 10 million is $500,000. Even if after you leave the game, you cannot survive on $500,000 a year. But not many of them so dumb.
We can. We don't know about them though.
No, but many of them so dumb that they went into. You sign a 10-year deal, and you're going to make 40 million. And somebody come to you and say, listen, invest in this, put 20 million in this, and you'll get 80 million. You already have 40 million. 90% of the earth population, 99% of the earth population will never have 40 million. Am I lying? 99%.
Yeah.
99% of the world population will never have 40 million. Matter of fact, if you consider $100,000 a year a good job, right? And you work for 40 years, how much money you work?
Wait, say that again?
If somebody works $100,000, somebody works $100,000 a year, and they work for 40 years, how much money they make in a lifetime?
Yeah, so you make 40 times 100,000.
That would be what, $4 million.
Yep. Just add 2 zeros. Yep.
And that person will have a nice house, a nice car.
No, I said correction. You add 1 0. Yeah, you add 1 0 to 400,000. Yep. Add the 4. 4 times 1 is 4. And add an extra 0. It's 4 million.
Right. And that person with the $4 million will have nice cars, a nice house, go on vacation, live a nice life. You make $10 million in 1 year. And as soon as you leave the league, you broke. That dude who went and work at the Starbucks after making $100 million in the NBA, he ended up working in a Starbucks. What's his name? What's his name?
Who?
This dude who made $100 million in the NBA.
Oh, you said NBA?
Yeah. I ended up working in a Starbucks.
Oh, okay. It had to be either Antoine Walker or what was it, Antoine Walker?
Antoine Walker. He needs to kill himself.
Oh God.
Am I being unfair? Am I being unfair?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Yeah, personally, I couldn't do it, man. Yeah, because there is like zero hope for him to like be something again. It's like zero hope. Like he's back like he never left.
How is it that you lose $100 million? This other one.
Hey,
Whose wife is doing OnlyFans now. He made like $28 million in his lifetime.
Yeah, does he at least own a Starbucks that he worked for?
No.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's rough.
No. Am I lying? I need to look it up. How much did Antoine Walker want?
Yeah, nah, he made about $100 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got smart players that talked about, not spending so much. A couple guys didn't buy the Lamborghinis. A couple guys didn't do that. They didn't cash none of their checks. You have a couple of stories like guys I think Chad Ochocinco, there's a few of them telling you, like, nah, like, man, hell no. We ain't go out there, partying and buying mansion. We ain't doing all that.
$85 million. That means if he put $40 million of that money in a 30-year government bond, just park it, buy government bond, $40 million, he'd be raking in like $2 million a year now, $3 million a year. If you have $3 million a year, you're wealthy. Huh?
Yeah, man, it's that goes back to our upbringing, man. It's we don't like to talk about the things that we like, the important things that can cripple a society, a neighborhood, a people. It is lack of knowledge of financing, financial literacy. So, and that's something that we refuse to like be up to par on, like as a community, as a race. That's something that we just refuse to tackle. Like, we just want to ball out. Like, every song, everything is ball out, spin it all. Don't invest none of that shit. Like that's far from our mind. If your mom give you $100, that $100 is going in like 2 days. Yeah, man, we gotta be like squirrels with nuts. We gotta bury some of those nuts. Don't try to eat them all. Hey, your Curry's going crazy. Hey, yo, mm. Yeah, but I watched that girl for the first time. The girl from I think Iowa. I knew nothing about her. Uh, my boy was like, "Yo, you need to watch this girl. She gonna be battling." This is like 3 4 days ago. He said she gonna be battling Stephen Curry in a 3-point contest, and then he had showed me like a screenshot of like her stats. She had like 28 points at halftime. So like he screenshot it. So I realized, oh, that's cool. I really shooting pretty good. 6 for 9 for 3 pointers. So I had like Googled her real fast, like YouTube. Let me look this girl up. Like it looked like that game was live. So I was like, oh, this a live game. So I went to my internet streams and I pulled it up. And yes, man, lo and behold, she was out there. She was out there jacking up threes like Curry, like nailing them. Like she was looking really, really, really good. Like a good player. What? 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 No, get out of there. Get head down. Head down. No, you ain't eating that right now. Head down. There you get one. Yeah, but she did look very good though. If they mark her right, if they mark her right, she'll get some new eyes to the WNBA. Even I would be interested to watch. See, but here's the problem though. I think she's young, and I think that's part of the problem. Maybe here. I think some of the problem is she's young, still, but she's young, but she built a lot of hype around herself right now. So people like me want to see her do that on the next level. Like we're seeing her dominate in college. Now she got 3,000 points already in college. So it's like she broke she broke the single season record.
Is a white girl or a black girl?
White.
Did you do nothing with the room today?
Huh?
You did anything up the room today?
Oh.
Okay. You see anybody nothing with the window? Okay.
Here come. Yeah, we got
No,
bottle.
that wasn't.
We got bottle on here already. Bottle. Come. Yeah, she got 3,000 points already. They still hooping.
Okay.
She had that game. And she broke the record. The shot she broke the record on was like crazy. She pulled up from the logo to break the single season record for points. She pulled up from the logo, like kind of off balance. That thing was all net. So that was a very iconic and impressive way
Okay.
to break a scoring title.
Okay.
So that definitely caught my attention. I said, "Oh, damn, that's how she broke it. Damn, it's a bad girl." So now I'm interested in watching her on the next level. And see, and here's the other problem with men watching it, like or buying jerseys. Like, what I'm gonna do with the jersey if I buy her jersey? I can never wear it at the gym. I'll be a laughing stock.
No, you could. You could. You could wear it.
Yeah, but it'll be a here. Yeah, but it'll be a woman's style cut. Go lay down. Go. 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 Go lay down. I gotta find the bottle. The other bottle he ruined. He bit it. Now it leaks. Yeah. So here comes. Yeah, what you do to the bottle? Oh. That young thug got no teeth. God damn. That boy be on that lean.
Feeling this motherfucker, man. I hear bloody, baby. I hear just they know what's poppin', bro. Okay. My old bro here, nigga. Hey.
I jumping off now here. I forgot you were talking. Tomorrow. If you're out tomorrow, I'll come back.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, she
I'll be in the
robbing, now she
market.
bullshitting.
I'll go.
She robbing, now she bullshitting. Look at her hair, man.
Thank you.
Look at her hair, man. Free my nigga TJ, man. I don't like this dick. I don't like y'all. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. All right. So it turns out, get out. Let me get you a pamper. Yes, it turns out I was on three-way today with hey, peace, Ben Baker. Oh yeah, Ben Baker. SMH. Skylar Arms. Yo, why that? And showed us too. Yeah, SMH. I see him just shooting 3 balls. I'm like, damn, shit trash. It was like 3 balls and no defense. Now, some 3 balls were on point. It was kind of nice, but then everybody's shooting. Yeah. He said Gilbert Arenas and Cam Newton became geniuses. Yeah. These guys, man, like listen to me. And they both left the sport in like a dishonorable way. Like Cam Newton, he left like they basically called him trash. Like, cause he had like at least 2-3 more years left. And Gilbert Arenas got kicked out. Tried to come back and was dirty trash. Like dumb trash. No, where your bottle? Did you take your bottle?
I know. I know.
Oh yes. Anyway, so I was on a 3-way with Sonetta and Captain today. So we're gonna make it happen.
it's going to be a little while because he's going on vacation. So he wanted to do it before he go on vacation Tuesday, but the problem is like weekdays that early for me is like really not good. And it's probably going to be it should, I'm not going, it's not saying probably going to be, but it should be a 3-4 hour debate because of it just like to debate him successfully on the Bible. No. It's going to be a 3-4 hour debate because it should not be that long. It should be a 40-minute debate, right? But he's going to dodge the virgin birth. He's going to talk about so much irrelevant stuff that we're going to talk about the virgin birth probably last, right? We should get out the way first and then go into, but he's not going to want to do that. If we work backwards, we deal with Mary and Jesus and Joseph early, and then work backwards. He's not going to do that. So he's going to try his best to tie me up in the Old Testament and try to keep me there. And try to make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about in the Old Testament. See, for Captain, it's not about information. Because he can't beat me with information. All right. So he has to he got to try to win off tactics and theatrics. He wants to try to make me, he's going to try his best to take me somewhere that's irrelevant to the virgin birth, but he wants to take me there anyway to show that I don't know that. So I gotcha. I know some of these One West guys, they try to drown me in what I don't know, no matter how irrelevant it is to the topic. Oh, but you know about that though. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I didn't know I need to know about that to prove the virgin birth. All right. I didn't know I need to know that. Matter of fact, I know I did not need to know that to talk about the virgin birth. But somehow you want to trick the audience to make them believe I need to know that. And that's why I'm glad that we're debating on Sarnetta's platform, because he really has an unbiased black platform, because he got a mixture of everybody. Hebrew Israelites, Hoteps, Kemet, Cometians, I don't know the name you know him by, but he got Christians, he got Muslims, he got Nation Islam, he got 5%ers, he got Orthodox, he got Bilalians, he got atheists, he got pseudo killers there. He the Pan-Africanist, RBG, boots on the ground. He got all that. And then he got like people who are like just passing by, like rappers or entertainers or basketball players who are really nothing. They're just like Star and Buck, keep tuning in. So you got the Tariq Nasheed that just, be bored, whatever. Just nothing going on. They'll just tune in. But he really has a wide-based platform that's, you just got to present, like that's the closest you're going to get to like a neutral audience. It's like this TV. Like, I don't know another one. Like maybe Tariq Nasheed's audience, maybe. I'm just trying to think of maybe Target Bay's audience. I'm not sure. But I'm not sure. But I know Sarnetta's for sure is mixed. So that's probably one of the top places to debate a subject and get a genuine poll vote. I want to go to sleep, man. It's starting to get upset. This is why like parents should really teach against the young, goofy girls and boys having kids young. I'm telling you, man, you need a great deal of patience. I'm looking for his bottle to officially lay him down. And he's just making the most of this. He's jumping around and making noise. It's like really annoying and it's agitating. But you have to I'm telling you, only a grown up, like a official grown up can like tolerate this and don't spaz out. So I can see why you have all these child abuse cases and with like young teens. I see it because there's no way they can, like, nothing prepares them for this. Nothing in life. Like there's no, like they don't work at daycares. Down the bottle finally. If I took a picture, if I took a video, y'all see what he's doing? Right. But none of this can prepare anybody for it, but definitely not a young teen who barely know themselves. Like, and this plus a lot of other things that like takes a lot of experience or it's a lot of inner abilities in you. Like you gotta really know yourself to put up with some of this stuff. You'll find yourself doing the unthinkable. This is why I got so many. You see this folder right here? Shit. Like my laptop about to die. Hold on. Hold on. Gotta plug it up. I just happened to look. All right, hold on. Found the bottle. Why the hell I can't? Where's my mouse at? Get down, get down, get down, get down. Get down. Now, lay down. Okay, come. You want milk? Huh? You want milk? Milk? You want milk? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Here. All right. All right. Let's get it. Two glasses of milk. All right. Okay. So let's look into some of Captain Tazariak's argument. All right. Let's look at some of what he's coming with.
Ready?
But this guy right here, shoot, this guy right here, Corey Christian, Corey the Christian, whatever. He's actually Hebrew Israelite. He's not Christian, not in the church sense. He's a Christian in the Hebrew Israelite sense. They call themselves Christians. Also, yeah, Blippy, that's Blippy, that's Blippy, that's Blippy, yeah, that's Blippy. So anyway, I debated him, and it was just crushed him. It was embarrassing. The dude became just disingenuous, just horrible. Just a horrible line. Just went out. Just dude, retarded. I kill him once I know, but I wouldn't debate him. Like he's too. Nah. Just if I played my debate, you'll see. Just retarded. Just making up definitions.
And Cap, will you be presenting anything?
Who couldn't tie my shoes, man?
Sharing your screen right now.
Yeah, I'll be sharing my screen for this presentation part.
All right, so this is the 5-minute opening. Cap, if you can get your screen up so I can share that for you. And I think it's possible for you to keep it up there as well.
Okay, so do you see my screen? Now, there's one thing. So the only question I got is that, do I have to, this is a spot I always struggle with the PowerPoint, because I think I have to do this for y'all to see the PowerPoint. I have to do it like a slideshow or something like that, right?
Yes, I believe you have to actually manually operate it yourself. Yes, sir. Okay. So once I get it on the screen, just let me know and I'll put it on the screen. I see it, but I haven't touched it yet.
Okay, so wait, you see it on the screen? Related or related by blood, the rights of the biological father. So now we establish what the topic of this battle is Joseph the biological father of Jesus Christ, based on prophecy, which is the most important part. Because once we establish how this was supposed to be laid out, if we change it to a woman being pregnant without a man, we have to show how the prophecy changed and where was the new prophecy given. Remember, this is about prophecy, biological definition, relating to biology or living organisms of a member of person's family genetically, related or related by blood, the rights of the biological father. So now we,
you know, it's slick. He talks about biology, but then limit it to the father. It's like, so he's looking up biology, a scientific term, but then he links the child up to the father only. Like, dude, what biology are you looking at? The child links to the mother as well, probably better, more concrete.
Establish what biological means, which can only be attributed to Joseph.
What about Mary? What the hell was that about?
When I go to the next slide, we're going to start where the prophecy begins. 2 Samuel 7:12, it says, when our days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers and set up seed after thee. Excuse me, I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels and establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name. I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father. He will be my son. This is the Lord telling David how his seed will be the one that will establish his throne forever, which is what verse 16 says. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever before thee. If I echo Romans 1:3, it says concerning his...
That's another thing that he likes to do. He likes to bullet spit verses. Just so he's at 2 Samuel 7:13. Let me make it bigger so you see. So he's at 2 Samuel 7:12 and 13 and 14. And then he just bounces to Romans 1:3 and then Acts in 2:29. So actually Romans 3 should be probably last like you would like these two would probably come before to match to cross reference with these passages over Romans 1 and 3. This is probably like last, but he got in the middle. It's weird.
Son Jesus Christ, Yahweh Shah Mashiach, was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That word seed is sperma. And now when we go to Acts 2:29, it says, men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both.
Okay, so he went there to go to seed. so he read this only to pull out the word seed. Wow.
Dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet, prophecy, and knowing that God has sworn an oath to him, God swore it, that the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. Anything less, Christ is not the Christ. That is the criteria that was laid out to King David, and this is echoed in the New Testament in Acts, the 2nd chapter. So now let's see. We go to the next slide. John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael.
So he tried John 1:45 with me, and it didn't work out well for him. Matter of fact, you can't even find it on his channel. All right, he took it down. So we had like a little sparring session or weigh-in on his channel. Good luck finding it. It ain't there.
And saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph. This debate is over. Even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18:18, it says, I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren. Not a prophet from a woman pregnant without a brother, without a man. Like unto thee, I will put my words in his mouth. Luke 4:22. And all
these verses do not cross-reference each other at all. He's making it do what it do, whatever.
Witness and wonder that the gracious words proceeded out his mouth, and they said, is not this Joseph's son? If Vocaz presents anything where Joseph is not the actual son, then what he's saying is that God, the angels, Mary, and Joseph created a conspiracy lie for Joseph to be the spiritual or stepdaddy, and God doesn't lie. John 6:42, and they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Everybody knew that this was the son.
Everybody, right? So he showed you two passages, and he says, everybody.
Son of Joseph. Why would anybody change it? Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of the time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. That's also important, because being made of a woman is not something that's special to Christ.
So he didn't really touch on this with me. So that's going to be bad for him. So during the weigh-in, he should have brought this out so he can get my take on Galatians 4:4. He didn't do that. I volunteered John 6:42. So I'll be highly surprised if he bring out John 1:45 or John 6:42 with me. Again, because the weigh-in, he brought out John 1:45. And I volunteered John 6:42. So we covered those two. So I'll be highly surprised if we bring those out when we debate. Probably gonna be on a Friday. It looks like if it ain't this Sunday coming up, it's gonna be 2 weeks from now, Friday. So he's probably not gonna bring out John 1:45 and 6:42 with me, because I had already danced around on that one. So, but he might bring out Galatians 4:4, but that wouldn't be smart.
All made of a woman. Matthew 11:11, verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, they have not risen a greater than John the Baptist, notwithstanding he is least in the kingdom. If I was even go to Job, man that is born of woman is a few days and full of trouble. Why is that even important? Man carries the seed that he plants into the woman.
That's cat. But Job 14:1, that's actually going to be better for me than for him. And I find that a lot of times when I talk to you guys, like when they bring out passages that I didn't have in my notebook. Hold on. So I think I will add where's my map? Where's my damn mouse? Oh, I think I might add Joel into my note. Thanks for that. Joel 4:21. Thanks.
But men don't
bring one. It left.
Men don't bring forth a woman in that fashion. Excuse me, a child in that fashion. The woman gives birth and brings forth that woman.
So Thea's Cream says, like the word biology confers greater credibility due to a scientific association. If it relates to science, it must be true. So yeah, so the biology, it doesn't help him. When he read Generation Genealogy, that didn't help him at all reading that. He'll be educated on that. I'm gonna have to help him out on that one. Live, because he's not correct on how he's introducing it to his argument. It doesn't help him out at all. It helps me out. Let me check my microphone. Okay, audio good. Yeah, it doesn't help him out. That's going to help me out. His biology theory is going to help rule out John the Baptist. Joseph. Okay. All right.
So I want to lay out this foundation. This is about everything according to biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changes 2 Samuel 7:12.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring out Isaiah 7:14. I don't plan on dwelling on it. He might try to dwell on it. I'm just going to bring it out for the prophecies, because we're going to be arguing prophecies, fulfillment, things like that. So that's a prophecy, so I got to bring it out. So I'm not going to dwell on it, but he just might. So if he dwells on it, he'll get beat up there too.
He would have to establish that. And so what I plan on demonstrating, especially in my 10-minute round in the Q&A, that the only way Christ can be the Christ is if he's the biological, physical son of Joseph.
And he said the only way. Shit.
Captain Tazariak yields with 10 seconds on the clock. We'll reset the time to 5 minutes. That was Captain Tazariak's opening statement. Make sure y'all are sharing the space for people to be able to come in and get edified. We'll bounce the ball over to Vocab.
Being tempted as if he was outside of him. So if I go to Luke 2.
Into the first round, that was the opening statement. Make sure everybody in the audience is trying to share the space as much as possible so we can get the viewers in here to get this edification. So we'll be moving back to Captain Tazariak. This will be first round, 10 minutes on you, Cap. Are you ready to share your screen, sir?
Yes, hold on. I'm just presenting it now. Bear with me 1 second.
No problem. So we in the first round is going to be a total of 20 minutes. Cap will be going first. Vocab will follow. Right? Hit in the chat who you with. All right? Right out of the gate. Support your people. Make points. Cap, you got your link up in the back chat. Would you like for me to share it on the screen?
Con. Yes, I would. Let me get to my
right.
PowerPoint. It's just moving slow. Bear with me 1 second.
Oh, you're fine. Right. Well, I just shared it. The time is set, but it won't start until you start. Make sure y'all following Captain Tazariak on all platforms as well as Vocab Malone. The screen is up, and the time will start when you start, Cap.
That was trash. That's what I want to first say. That was a waste of 5 minutes. This is not about the word virgin. This is about, is Jesus the son of Joseph according to biblical prophecy?
I gotta.
So I'm gonna show here. I'm gonna show y'all variants. So if I go to Luke 2, and you can start at 41 for time's sake. This is when Christ was saved back at the temple on the Passover. His parents could find him. And so in Luke 2 and 47, it says, and all that heard him was astonished at his understanding and his answer. When they saw him and his parents, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father, which is weird, God, have sought thee sorrow. And he said unto them, how is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be?
Hold on. All right. So I got too many tabs open to see. It seems like. Let me start closing some of this stuff up. Let's see. Okay. All right. Yeah, the All-Star game has become a 3-point shootout. Don't do it, Cat. Come on, you gotta at least try to shoot it. See, I'm just gonna jack up a whole bunch of garbage 3-pointers. Let me see if it works now. Let's do a hack. Let's see this.
2 and 47, it says, and all that heard him was astonished at his understanding and his answers. And when they saw him, meaning his parents, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father, which is weird, because I thought she'd be talking about God, have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them, how is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? And when he said that, verse 50, he says, and they understood not the saying that he spake unto them, which is very interesting, because if an angel went to Mary and Joseph and say God made her pregnant, they would know exactly what his father's business was, because Joseph is not his father physically. But if Joseph is his father physically, then maybe they don't understand, because Joseph was a carpenter. To understand, answer the question, Hebrews 12 and 9, it says, furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live? As you can see, I am staying on subject. I'm going to go into more scriptures. It says, remember that Christ, this is 2 Timothy 2:8. Remember that Christ of the seed of David was raised from the dead according to my gospel. Again,
I don't know how that goes against the virgin birth. Like this, what he's pulling out. Now the last one can confuse a Christian, but 2 Timothy 2:8, this is not going to confound a Christian. They're going to agree 100% with
it. The seed of David. Outside of Mary giving birth, you don't hear much reverence or reference to Mary. You do see a lot of reference to Joseph and David. Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed.
There's another passage that he likes to hold on to, but this, again, this side with Christians are not going to be intimidated by actually nothing on none of his bullet points will even confound an average Christian. They will agree with every last bullet point, and still maintain the virgin birth and immaculate conception.
Seed of Abraham. That also, in order to be the seed of Abraham, he has to come from a man that comes from the lineage of Abraham.
Now he just made that up.
Verse 17. Wherefore in
like what person doesn't, when you say come from a man, he act like there's an immaculate conception on the man's side. Like, dude, doesn't that man need a woman? Right, Captain? Isn't that your whole point? Okay. So
all nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. That also, in order to be the seed of Abraham, he has to come from a man that
and woman, right? According to your logic, it can't be one because that's the immaculate conception, just on the father's side. So it got to be man and woman, right? According to Captain's argument and logic, Captain, don't forget the woman part.
It comes from the lineage of Abraham. Verse 17. Wherefore in all things, because now if he makes Christ a hybrid, then it's not all things, it's only some things. But this says, wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren.
So Captain, do you think all things really means every last thing that a Jewish person like, so if they're funny, Christ comes funny. If they're boring, Christ comes funny. If they're deformed, Christ comes does all things mean all things? Or like, when does all things have a limitation? Like, that just doesn't make any sense.
So if I'm his brother, then and I'm to be made, and he wants to be made like me, he can't be born like Superman. He got to be born like me, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people, for that he himself has suffered being tempted. The only way he could suffer being tempted is if he was made like me. Romans 8:3. For what the
hold on, computer, let's get rid of some of these tabs. Okay, I know what this is. Okay, hopefully it's better than
the law could not do, and that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own son. And
it's still staticky. Let me see what other tabs. It's horrible shot. All right, what tabs? Be slowing me up. Peace, the Watcher. Peace, Thurman. Shit. Yeah, so if y'all came late, I was on a three-way call with Captain to Sonetta. So it looks like realistically, we will be debating on a Friday in about 2 weeks because he's going on vacation. Captain going on vacation, so it's going down. So for anybody who's concerned about me during this debate with Captain, I'm just letting you know. I'm going over his debates already on this subject. I'm just showing you that there's nothing to be concerned about. Like these arguments are not that strong. They actually agree with Christians. And I'm saying Christian because I'm supposed to be, as far as debating this, I'm supposed to be an expert. An average Christian is not an expert. They're doing basic research. I'm doing my research is going way beyond basic. So so I'm saying, so when I say a Christian, I'm just saying like average Christian could probably do well. But you know. All right, yeah, it's gonna happen. All right, so let's hopefully. So I got rid of some tabs. All right. Let me see if it plays now.
In the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh.
Yeah, so what he just read, and that kind of goes with a Christian. God sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemning that. That goes along with Christianity. So if he's debating like an average Christian, they're like, okay, good, thank you.
John 7:40.
So these passages, like really, in my opinion, confirm the virgin birth, the Immaculate Conception.
Too. You notice I'm in the text. Maybe he coming in the text in the next round. We'll find out. He more worried about ISUBK and Commander Jenny Hanna than the debate title. John 7:42. Have not the scripture said that Christ cometh of the seed of David? They're saying, have not the scripture said, what? They didn't have the New Testament. They had the Old Testament. And the Old Testament said of the seed of David, of his loins, of the town of Bethlehem. I'm going to go to the next slide. I might get through all of this.
I don't know why you think Christians like disagrees with that. They agree with that, Captain.
I'm gonna skip this for now in case I got to come back in the rebuttal.
I'll tell you what will trouble whatever he says that would trouble a Christian. So he's in Luke 2, that might trouble a Christian. But so far, everything else, a Christian like him.
I'm gonna skip that. I want to skip that. Slack it. Wait, no. I'm sorry. No. Yes. No. Because I want to go to this virgin that he brought up. If y'all can see my screen here, this is the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Dictionary. Let's debunk this virgin is talking about.
All right, so now this part, let's just say he's not really reading everything.
Sex at all.
In the book.
Every time you see the word virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or Alma or
What'd you say?
Bethula or Bathwala at all. Every time you see the word
hold on. I know he just disclosed
virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or he's talking about virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or virgin, Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or Alma or virgin, Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that.
How are you a Hebrew Israelite and you're not a Hebrew expert like that?
Or Alma or virgin, Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or
yeah, that's like these Cometians, these Cometics, these Hotepers, these Egyptomaniacs. They claim to be that, and they're bad at math. Like, how are you a Hebrew Israelite? You're not good at Hebrew like that. And how are you a whole tepper and you're bad at math and technology? Interesting. Anyway, go on, Cap.
Virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or Alma or virgin, it's not always talking about sex for either word. So we take the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Let's destroy virgin. This is page 882. The former term is rendered virgin in the standard lexicons, and the translation does seem appropriate in many or even most passages. Moreover, the abstract Bethula plural form appears to indicate virginity. In Deuteronomy 22:14, it means evidences of virginity. But in Ezekiel, there are, however, several considerations that should be kept in mind. A number of passages show that it's not talking about sex. It's rendering just a young woman. That's for Bethula. That's one. Now, if I go to the next one. Now, this ain't written by me. This is in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. The second Hebrew term, Alma, is clearly the feminine form of H6624, young man. This factor affects our understanding of Alma in the most controversial passage, Isaiah 7:14, which traditionally has been translated, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son." The NRSV and other modern versions, however, uses.
Okay, guys, he's using a Zondervan Compact Bible Illustrated Compact Bible Dictionary. Do you guys really think that the author will go against the virgin birth and put definitions in there? So he's brave to use this as a reference. It's gonna bite him in it. A versus me. I'm gonna use the same book for reference. Thank you, Cap.
Young woman in this passage. Some have argued that if Isaiah had intended the meaning, he would have used Bathwala instead, but clearly that argument don't work, as noted above, as too often that meaning has nothing to do with sex. On the other hand, it's a fair argument to say that if Isaiah had wanted to stress the woman's virginity, he had other means to do so. A woman who had not known a man, like Genesis 24:16. Genesis 24:16 says, the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. That's the proof that the word virgin is not talking about sex, because it says neither had any man known her. If it was meant, if virgin was absolute, they wouldn't have to put that text in there. So even in the Bible dictionary, it tells you that just because you see the word virgin, more times than not, it's talking about a young woman. And if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, then he must also use Isaiah the 8th chapter.
Yeah, Captain, I'm going to bury Captain Isaiah 7. Not just Captain, I'm going to bury anybody, even Tanakh onlys. If anybody is saying that this was fulfilled by anybody other than Christ, I'm going to wash you. Like, you're better off just saying it wasn't fulfilled. But I'm going to wash you if you say it's fulfilled by somebody other than Christ.
When that prophecy was initially fulfilled, because that was also a man and a woman having sex.
Yeah.
Can't get around that. Now I can go back. I got about 3 more minutes. Now I'm gonna go back to, I'm sorry, bear with me 1 second. So now in Luke, the 1st chapter, which is what they usually run to, it says, then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be, seeing I know not known a man? And it's the same thing in Luke 1:18 when Zacharias said to the angel, whereabout shall I know this, for I'm too old a man, and my wife shall be stricken in years. So it's not that Mary is asking a question that's crazy, because Zachariah does it earlier in the chapter. Sarah did the same thing in Genesis 18th chapter when she hears that.
Yeah, he's going to have a rough time with these passages with me.
She's going to have a child. She says, after I'm old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord also. So the answer says, and the angel said unto her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, The power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Most people think that's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going. So now.
Oh, yes, it did. I already proved that during a little weigh-in on Side-Netted TV. Let me go there real fast. No. I'll go there later. No, I should go there now. Let's see. Side-Netted. Which one is it? I don't remember. I think I could have sworn he had Cap's name in the subtitle. No, it's not far down. Yeah, it had to be. Here we go.
Attention real quick. Are you willing to take on unbiased sports on this topic right here?
Yeah, fine. I'm down with that.
Okay, what day?
Here we are.
Stepson.
No, but hold on, Cap. He's showing you.
Before that. Nah, it had to be when he called in right away. Yeah, it's over here. So verse 7 says they had no have a baby. And then we read 24, she was given. I can't believe these grown men are still reading and not fulfilling. Yeah, it's always somebody calling in. Like, listen, it says the virgin birth, right? So you're tuning into grown men debating text. Okay, this is something education. She was pregnant. She was giving a conception. Okay, watch this. 34. Now, 31 is the Mary is told she don't know how babies are made. She's espoused to a man. The problem was she was not a futuristic thing. She took this as sometime soon I'm going to have a baby before I run into Joseph. How am I going to have a baby? How am I going to conceive a child, call his name Jesus, and birth this boy if I and challenge what you said every time you say it. So when Jesus Christ did his thing, it was always in public, ready to be challenged. He didn't teach in private. So these guys with their camps, with their like a private interpretation, their private doctrines, they teach amongst themselves with just them. So of course, yeah, that's right. There's no unbiased person there like myself to say, no, that's wrong. Or how about this way? So when I don't want to be with me, so I can take them out one by one. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yo. The sound effects be hilarious. So just remember this point right here. I'll come back to it. Remember what he wants to say right here.
In Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going. So now, when you go to verse 36, it says, and behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived. Now he's making a comparison between Elizabeth's pregnancy
He's not.
and Mary's coming pregnancy. So if Elizabeth was pregnant from a man and woman having sex, then also Mary is going to be pregnant from a man and woman having sex. And when you go to verse 45 in this same chapter, now, for time's sake, it says, and blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of the things which were told her from the Lord. That lets you know these things had not happened yet. It's just that simple.
1 minute left.
In Matthew 1:18, it says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph before they came together, she was found with child. All that's talking about is before they became together publicly as husband and wife, she was already pregnant because they just had sex before the marriage. It's no different than Luke 1:15 when it says that, and this is talk about Elijah, when it says he shall be great in the sight of the Lord, shall drink neither wine nor strong drink, and shall be filled with the Holy Spirit even from the womb. I'll stop there, but it's going to be on vocab. He has to stay on subject and show, if he's going to go the virgin route, he's going to have to show that prophecy before 2 Samuel 7 or either during some time where the prophecy of coming from the seed of a man changed to just a woman being pregnant. I yield.
All right, that will conclude the first round for Captain Tazariak. I will reset for 10 minutes for Vocab Malone. Make sure you guys are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast with likes, subscribes, as well as financial support. Brother Garfield, if you can throw your link in the chat so people can be able to see it. These finances help support the debaters and bring more content to the platform. So make sure y'all supporting the platform. I reset at 10 minutes. Let me look. We got Captain Tazariak's screen down. And Vocab Malone, would you be utilizing your screen for the first round 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you could please share it. Yep.
All right, I'm about to share it right now. All right, the time is set for the 10 minutes. It is on Vocab Malone, first round. The time will start when you start.
All right. Before I get into my reasons, I'll rebut one thing he said. Using the Zondervan Pictorial Encyclopedia of the Bible, page 886. I don't know if Tazariak read this part or if it's a different edition, but let me read this, what it says. This is a resource he used to try to disprove what I'm saying tonight. Listen to this carefully. All of the teachings about virginity and the OT are carried over and related to in the NT. The primary discussion of the subject has rested upon the statements concerning Mary in the gospel narratives. It is abundantly clear that the virginity of Mary is taught in Semitic terms in Luke 1:34. Since I have no husband. This phrase is nearly identical to that in Genesis 24:16. The variation being accountable in the shift from third to first person. The Septuagint of that passage reads, a man had not known her. Now I'm going to go down a little bit more and read about Parthenos, which is the Greek word used there by Matthew and by Luke as well. Listen to this carefully. This is Zondervan's Pictorial Encyclopedia of the Bible, 886. At no point in the New Testament is the term Parthenos ever used apart from virgins.
Let's get back to Captain.
The term is used in the masculine plural. Tell you that it wasn't originally in there. Sif, you really can't get it wrong. And guess what?
All right, I just moved vote.
I debate this guy right here, Corey. Oh, it's so easy, but the dude makes up definitions of words and just go outside of text and just
Cabs.
Horrible.
Screen. So I'll I see yours. If you can you put your screen up? You said you might.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. I said
So
I might. I don't know if I am.
So go ahead and add it again.
Okay.
But then I'll just
in
bring it
case.
up.
Got you. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
I'll highlight it as soon as you say it to save time. I don't want to stop the clock.
Got you. So let me share first. Let me just make sure you see my PowerPoint. Do you see my PowerPoint here?
Yes, I see it. So I'll only tap it if you want to go into it.
All right,
I got the 5 minutes set for your rebuttal round. The time will start when you start, Cap.
I don't know what page he was talking about with the virgin birth. I think it's word virgin. I think he said 886. What I read was 882. and 883 on the word virgin. I also clearly showed in the breakdown of the word virgin that it's not talking about not having sex. And he even proved it himself when he talked about the men in Revelations 14 being virgins, and that not talking about sex. Virgin just means young woman. As a matter of fact, you become a virgin at a certain age. Luke 2:36, Anna the prophetess, who was married to her husband 7 years from her virginity, meaning when a flower came, which is the mark of a young woman, 7 years from that, she got married. So I don't know why he keeps focusing on the word virgin. This is not a virgin birth debate. This is Joseph the seed, is Jesus the seed or son of Joseph according to biblical prophecy? And in 15 minutes, we ain't seen one prophecy to counter what I pulled already. And that's what he has to do in this debate. Otherwise, when a lot of the rebuttal I want to save, I want to ask him the questions, which is why I'm avoiding doing that. So what I will do, can I pause real fast? Or can you pull up my screen? I want to show my PowerPoint. If we could pause the time.
It's already up now. It's already up now.
It's already up there right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so they could see what I'm showing right now. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So he made a point to pull out Matthew 22 when Christ asked, who is the Christ? Is he the son of David? As if to say Christ was making that statement to say, I'm not the son of David. Whereas if you read right here, Revelations 22:16, Christ says, I am the root and offspring of David.
Yeah, they selectively read the text that Captain just brought out. Like, it might be a rabbit hole if I try to question them on it. No, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I guess, like I said, we debate 7 p.m. There has to be like a 4-hour debate. Then I could question some of his rabbit hole arguments like that one. I won't mind doing that then. Yeah. We said like 7 to 11. And I could really do a lot of work.
David. You cannot be an offspring of David unless you come from the seed of David. That's plain. That's what this subject is about. The subject ain't about the lineages. And when we get to this Q&A, I am going to obliterate him. And I'm going to give y'all this information I'm going to bring to y'all. Y'all may not even know. He may not even know. So even when he brought out the public example, Matthew 1:19, and Joseph, her husband, not willing to make her a public example, look how the language changed. It went from espoused, I'm sorry, I jumped the damn chat. It went from espoused to now husband. Even when the angel, he said, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take Mary thy wife, not Mary for a wife, not to take Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. Meaning what happened between Mary and Joseph, the Lord wanted. The public example was having a child in his father's, in the father's house. Ecclesiasticus, the 42nd chapter, will explain that. It says, the father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house. That's the embarrassment that Joseph didn't want to happen, because they had not come together as man and woman. He also mentioned, I think y'all can still see my screen. He also mentioned in Matthew 1, and a lot of people get this wrong, when it says he knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn, this is the conclusion of the whole entire story. The brought forth is when the sperm cracked the egg and she was pregnant, because that is the issue. The issue in Matthew is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant.
1 minute left.
Is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant before the ceremony, and the angel telling it to fear not because the Lord wanted this to happen. That's why it quotes Isaiah 7:14 in verse 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child. That virgin is saying a young woman shall be with child. Just like in Isaiah, the 7th chapter, a young woman shall be with child. And in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, that young woman was with child from a man and a woman. And just like in Matthews 1:23-25, a young woman was with child between a man and a woman. This is not rocket science. This ain't that hard. He has to address the scriptures that I gave. Maybe he'll do it in the rebuttal. But all he's doing is talking about, he has a weird obsession with ISUBK like I can't understand. He keeps talking, he talking about Ariah, he talking about Yaquab giving vision, he's doing all that, but ain't brought one prophecy in the Old Testament of a virgin birth without a man, without the seed. So can he please, somebody force him? I yield.
Time. We are still in the rebuttal round. I see Cap, you cleared your sharing page. We'll reset the 5-minute marker. Let me get that set for vocab. This will be vocab's 5-minute rebuttal round. And vocab, I will interject at the 1-minute marker. Make sure y'all are following the Brother Garfield podcast, supporting financially. Tonight's debate is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? Vocab, would you be sharing your screen?
Yes, but I want to read something first. So what do I got? 5 minutes? How much is it?
5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, you know what? For this one, actually.
Well, I'll just be ready. I'll just be ready if you you want to share the screen. I'll just be ready to click it. And whenever you want me to start the time, I'll start the time once you start speaking.
Okay, that works. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No
I may not do it. I may just read some stuff. Okay, I'm ready to start. I want to read.
I'm not even watching the All-Star game. Not yet. I'll wait till like the last 3 minutes. That's when they actually start playing.
In 2 Samuel 7:12, when he says,
all right, so the person don't go long-winded and try to let the time run out. All right, that's any of you guys will do that. All right, peace.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Captain Zazariak is up, but I won't post the link until you let me know. Okay, King?
Let me do some. We got 2 minutes left in the game. And Dame Dash, that's it, Dame Dash. Dame Dollar still yakking up 3 balls. Oh, he missed it. Wow. Yo, Halliburton still jacking up 3-pointers, man. Hey, dude, will you stop? You don't even look good doing it. You gonna do it again? Oh my God. They letting this guy just jack up 3 balls. He making these things. That dude Jokic can pass his tiny off. Yeah, Halliburton gotta have like 50. So it's the Halliburton show. It looks so bad, my boy. Like I said, he don't even look good doing it. Like 0 defense. Usually he puts some type of defense. And Cat is knocking those 3 balls down, yo. God damn. I mean, they're hitting them. They're not shooting and missing. They're actually shooting and making. Dame just hit one. So it's not like they gotta be more than just shooting 3 balls. Cat tried some weird dunk and traveled. I think he's saying score 50. If Cat can transition that type of style, Dame half court. Oh, he nailed it. Oh my God. This dude Dane shot from half court and nailed it. Like I said, it's not like they missed. They're missing. Not missing. Wait, so Jokic's gonna hate and dribble the ball out? What was that? He did something stupid. Did Dane just make that? Did he just? No, he didn't make it. It is also getting sloppy and trash. Yeah, it gotta be better than this, man. All-Star game. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way it could be better because that was sloppy.
Appreciate it.
Good deal. So I will have to make sure you about to start, Cap.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I want to make sure. I got to make sure both of y'all ready because both of y'all will be participating. So, vocab, you good to go? The mic is good. All right, good deal. So, Cap, the floor is yours. The time will start when you start.
That verse in Luke 1:34, does it say, I know not a man or I'm a virgin that you just put up there?
Luke 1:34, I know not a man.
Okay, because you just lied. You said it says I'm a virgin. That's what you just said.
Yeah,
in
that's what that means.
In 2 Samuel 7:12, when he says, I will raise up seed after thee, can you show anywhere where that prophecy changed in the Bible?
Can you repeat that? And by the way, I was quoting from the ESV, which does say, I'm a...
Josie want to get stoned. He said Josie want to get stoned. Watch. So, yeah, the Luke 2:48, these gotcha scriptures, they're not going to work with me, man. Yo, why did Mary say, hey, me and your father were looking for you? Yeah, he raised him up like his son. That's what you're supposed to. Yeah, that's going to be his father. Like, Jewish custom, like they take adoption, stepfather, all that stuff serious. Like they don't take it like some Americans might take it. Like they take that seriously. You adopt a child or you step in and play a father's role. Like you really feel like you the dad. Like, yeah, so you're gonna say my son and you're gonna say dad. Yeah, the no not a man. I don't think Captain gonna try that with me. I think he's gonna duck and dodge. Both sides for the wisdom, guidance, and patience. So, a great listen to this idea. If I got time, call in. Let's go read scriptures. Let's go over some captain concerns. Let's do it now. This is the time. But if you're going to call in, let's address captain arguments. I don't want to go off topic. I want you guys to ask questions or answer or address some of his argument points. Mm-hmm. Yes, duck. I gotta say, a lot of these kid cartoons, they are definitely sneaking in. I can't even say sneak it. They're definitely introducing like the rainbow agenda. Like it's definitely like locked into almost every every cartoon. It's like, damn, like do the LGBTQI community only, or they got a contract where they can only they can make cartoons for kids. That's wild.
A virgin. I'm not lying. The ESV translates it that way. But what was your question again?
I'll pause the time, Captain Tazariak, so you can reset the question and then it'll pick up vocab start to answer.
He probably still obsessed with me. You got to keep up. 2 Samuel 7:12. When thy days be fulfilled and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels and will establish his kingdom. Can you show anywhere in the Bible where it changes from the seed of the seed of David to a man being born by God making a woman pregnant? Can you show the change in the Bible?
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. An offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't.
I don't know why Captain thinks it has to change for a Christian to win that point. It's like, nah, it doesn't, Captain, it doesn't change. It narrows down. David's seed ain't telling you much, right? He had a bunch of kids. Which one was he talking about, Captain? At that time? None specifically. You guys got to call in. Well, again, on topic only. If you want to know what's going on.
And impregnate Mary. So it just means legal father when you look at who Jesus is.
All right, so keep in mind, I'm going to document that because Vocab Malone said something very key. He said the word legal father. Captain's going to dismiss it. Okay, so that's from a document for Vocab. Vocab said legal father. Captain dismissed it as though that's a bad reply or bad answer. Only to come back and use the same terminology. This is crazy. So I'm gonna leave this right here. Right here, legal father. We'll leave it on Vocab side, legal father. I don't want to put it on him because anything I'm talking about, he's legal father. Boom, we'll leave it right there.
Thank you for at least being able to tell one truth. In Acts 2, when the Lord said, when it says he swore an oath to David.
He's asking the same question, like just a different way. Acts 2:30 is the same thing as Acts 2:30 is actually quoted 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12.
That he born by God making a woman pregnant. Can you show the change in the Bible?
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. An offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary. So it just means legal father when you look at who Jesus is.
Thank you for at least being able to tell one truth. In Acts 2, when the Lord said, when it says he swore an oath to David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins, which also lets you know it's not spiritual, but literal. Can you again show if the Lord swore, can you show where it changes from that? Yes or no?
Yet no one thinks it's spiritual, it's legal. Jesus is a legal son of Joseph, not spiritual. So I don't know why you're using that term. I would never use that term. So that's not describing my position. It's not changing. It's showing the true intention that was there all along. That's why I brought out Genesis 3:15 in the beginning. That's why I brought out Isaiah 7. And you have the divine interpretation in Matthew chapter 1. So you can't get around that.
The word legal is nowhere in there. That's just your assumption. That's not a question. That's a statement. John 1:45.
All right, so he said legal is nowhere there. So that's 1 minute mark. So I'm going to put the 1 minute mark for Captain. We're going to revisit that. He said the word legal is nowhere there. Right, so I'm gonna put that down. 1 minute mark. Actually 1 hour mark.
And we Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph. Is that true or false?
True.
So is Jesus the physical son of Joseph or legal son of Joseph?
Legal son. And by the way, the text doesn't say, but John already wrote his prologue, which assumes the virgin conception. John 1 assumes the virgin conception. And verse 13 is a parallel to it.
Can you show in the Bible where Joseph is a legal father of Jesus and not the physical father of Jesus?
Yeah, in the genealogy of Luke, where it says, as was supposed.
And that means what?
That means people thought he was the physical father like you, but they were wrong. He's the legal father, and that's why he's in the genealogy.
Hey, can I share my screen? Can
Yes.
we pause for a second? I'm not asking you.
I'm teasing, man. You know I'm teasing, man.
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
It's
What
shared.
I'm presenting right here is Julius Africanus in the Epistle to the Aristides. So he said that as was supposed because it wasn't Joseph's. That's just what they assumed. But according to Julius Sextus Africanus, he broke down how both the lineage in Mary and in Matthew.
Now, so remember, Captain had a problem with the word legal father. Listen.
And Luke's lineage belong to Joseph by showing how Luke's, the reason why it says as was supposed, this is what it says. Thus, neither of the evangelists is in error, as one reckons by nature and the other by law. The as was supposed, according to Julius, is that by law, and Matthew, I believe it's Mathan, was the actual father of Joseph. But by legal, because he was doing the law of a brother, Heli is who he raised up Joseph for.
So Captain just said the word legal is not in the Bible. And Vocab Malone said Joseph is the legal father of Jesus. He says not in the Bible, and he objected to it. To come back and use the same word legal that's not in the Bible to say Joseph, to say Eli is a legal father of Joseph. So he had a problem with Vocab Malone saying Joseph is a legal father of Jesus because legal is not in the Bible, Captain said. Just to come back and say Luke chapter 3 genealogy is Joseph as well, because Eli is the legal father of Joseph. And keep in mind, the word legal is still not in the Bible. So Vocab can't say legal father, but Captain can say legal father. So Captain said Vocab can't say legal father because it's not in the Bible. Stop. But Captain can say legal father, and it's not in the Bible. He's trying to tell you guys they have a standard for themselves. No, they have a standard for you and no standard for themselves. All right. Okay, let's continue.
So when you say as was supposed, that are just an error, or do you disagree with the church fathers that y'all love so much?
Go back so you can hear it again.
Suppose, but and Luke's lineage belong to this Africanus. He broke down how both the lineage in Mary and in Matthew and Luke's lineage.
Well, I don't really have contention, Thesis. Let me see your name. Can I see your name right? Yeah, I don't have Theist. I don't have contention, Theist. I agree with the virgin birth or immaculate conception. Some people call it. The contention is with Captain Cesaria. He said the virgin birth never happened. Mary and Joseph had sex to produce Jesus. So I don't have the contention. I take the positive. He takes the negative. But he just said Vocab Malone can't use legal father because the word legal is not in the Bible. But look what Captain does.
Belong to Joseph by showing how Luke's, the reason why it says as was supposed, this is what it says. Thus, neither of the evangelists is in error, as one reckons by nature and the other by law.
By law, legal.
The as was supposed, according to Julius, is that by law, and Matthew, believe it's Mathan, was the actual father of Joseph. But by legal, because he was doing the law.
By legal, he just said by legal. This is wild. He just said Vocab can't use that word 5 minutes ago. And then he comes back and says it.
Of a brother of Joseph. But by legal, because he was doing the law of a brother, Heli is who he raised up Joseph for. So when you say as was supposed, that is just an error, or do you disagree with the church fathers that y'all love so much?
I like that. I'm glad you asked that question. It's true that just like today, there was some debate and discussion, right, about well, I mean, is that what we're doing? There was some debate and discussion about the
1 minute left.
genealogies. There was some debate and discussion about the genealogies. But Tertullian, Ambrose, Jerome, Leo the Great, Justin and his dialogue with Trypho, Irenaeus, the martyrdom of Isaiah, the gospel of Nativity of Mary, the proto-evangelion of James, Ignatius and his epistle to the Ephesians, St. John of Damascus are just an example of some of the early church fathers that you just mentioned, who all understood that Luke was Mary's genealogy. But see, Jesus being the son of David doesn't even depend on that. They could be wrong about that, and Jesus is still the son of David in the way that it matters legally.
I want to highlight also in my PowerPoint that y'all can see right here. First, you know, they always agree with the church fathers. Church father just said it. And Eusebius in Ecclesiastical History, pages 32 and 33, and also page 250 of the Ecclesiastical History, Eusebius, who these people love, it says another epistle of this.
Time. We
got to move over to the second section of the first part of the cross-examination. I'm gonna kill that screen cap. Let's see, remove that right quick. Got to move over to vocab Malone. The topic tonight, if you guys are just coming in, the numbers are going up. The topic is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy. That's what the brothers are discussing. All right, now we're in the second section of the first cross-examination. It is on vocab Malone to ask questions to Captain Cesario. The time is set for.
Now, let me turn my computer up a little bit. I'm turning it down too low.
5 minutes, and I will only interject at one.
Still doing that. I need all these tabs. Let me see. Actually, this one I can get rid of. The Young Thug. I'll come back to this Young Thug stuff. I'll come back to that Young Thug stuff. So I don't need that tag. I'll come back to my debate captain. Where's that tag? Okay.
Minute unless there's some form of technical or toss-up. Vocab, quick question. Would you be utilizing your screen for it?
No.
Still doing. Okay. Sometimes if that screen share something else. It'll rock out. It just don't like when you share the web browser.
I'm gonna destroy my interlock.
All right, let me try one more time.
Face to face here. I don't want the screen getting in the way.
All right, good deal. So,
watch how clear it plays if I share something else. It's in the background working on this in the background.
Cap, are you ready? Your mic is good?
Yeah, and I have 60 seconds to each question, right? Just
yes, the first time that happened. All right, so let me go back then.
60 seconds to answer, and vocab, you got 30 seconds to ask the question. I'll be kind of lenient on a second here or two, but try to stick as close to possible. I don't want to interrupt y'all, so try to stick to close as possible. The time is on you, vocab, when you would like to start.
Excellent. Tazariak, did Adam have a biological father?
Yes.
Who was his biological father?
It doesn't say.
How do you know he had one?
because he says, "For this cause man shall leave mother and father and cleave unto his wife." He had knowledge of mother and father. That's why he made the statement. Adam
Why
is
does
already-
Luke give? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Why does Luke give the title to Adam, the son of God? Then,
Because Adam is the one that the Lord started with before the flood, just like Abraham is the one that he started with after the flood.
so who's the first man if it's not Adam?
There's no record of a first man.
Okay. Interesting answers. How do you interpret Genesis 3:15? Zerah, her seed.
In Genesis 3:15, when it says his seed and her seed, is just saying his child and her child. It still involves two people being at odds with each other from the gate. So he's saying the serpent seed and her seed because she carries seed and gives birth. You can find it in Genesis, the 19th chapter, when Lot's daughters got him drunk. Why? Because they said to preserve seed of their father.
Who is the serpent seed, Tazariak?
When?
The serpent seed of Genesis 3:15. Who is it?
That would be you.
You know my genealogy by looking at me?
That's just what I'm going with. That would
I got you. You know I knew you were going to answer that, but I want to have some fun here. Let's look at the Septuagint translation of Isaiah 7:14. Why did the translators use the word Parthenon?
Yeah, that is really killing my ears. Give me a second. I'm just narrowing something down real quick. All right. This is for Captain. This is for you, Captain. So my footnotes down here, Captain. You in trouble. Okay. This is my personalized Bible I did through Microsoft Word. I got everything, including the Apocrypha. Okay. Everything, including the Apocrypha on here. So everything you see on here, I did everything. All these conditions, my footnotes. Hey, why does this space here? Oh. Okay, got more footnotes. Yeah. Cat, you in trouble, man. In trouble. Okay, so now this is where Captain gave me something that I must use. Thank you, Captain, for the Job 14:1. Have that right as soon as this thing. Job 14:1. Thank you, Cap. You just gave me a footnote. Job 14:1. Thank you. Okay, I wasn't lying. When I say he gave me something, he really gave me. They be thinking it worked for them and it doesn't.
Us for Alma.
Because as I broke down, what they all knew was that the word virgin just means young woman. It's not meaning that a woman that's never had sex. Even if a young woman, let's say an 18, 20-year-old woman who would still be a young woman had sex, she doesn't stop being a virgin just because she had sex. She's still a young woman. Not being a young woman comes with age, not with your sexual activity.
So you can still be a virgin after you had sex?
Why couldn't you be?
Yeah, he just made it up.
You can't ask questions, but what's the answer to that?
I'm sorry. Yes, you can. I apologize. Yes.
All right. Interesting. How can Christ avoid the curse of Jeconiah in Jeremiah 22:30 if he's physically descended from David?
That's a good question. When you go to Psalms, the 89th chapter, it'll tell you that even if if the tribe, if the seed of David fails, if they redeem themselves, they can still be the seed. That's why you'll find Jeconiah's and Salathiel in Matthew's lineage and Luke's lineage. The point wasn't about
Jeconiah is not in Luke's lineage. That's incorrect.
It might be
Hold on.
Salithi.
1 second. I'll pause the time right quick. If you can, vocab, just give him the space to finish his answer.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to help him out. He's about to make a massive mistake,
No,
but go ahead.
no problem. Hey, Cap, you still good. Time is still yours.
I
We'll start
appreciate
back when you start.
No problem. I could have misspoke with
you
Jeconiah, that's fine. But Salathiel, people that are in the lineage are still there. So that has nothing to the curse that y'all call a curse is actually not a curse, because in both Matthew and Luke's lineage, they contain individuals that would be connected to him, and he's still the king. When you read Psalms, the 89th chapter, I was trying to find it for you while I was moving around. But when you read that, it'll tell you if they fit. I'm sorry, was that my 60 seconds?
No, you still good. You still good.
Oh, no, sweat. I apologize. No, I thought I heard you talk. I apologize. You'll see where the seed of David can be evil, which we see evidence of that. But when they correct themselves, they can still reign on the throne because he established that promise to them forever. There is no breaking of that. There is no Acts, the 2nd chapter says he swore to them. If I could read it, Psalms 89 and 34, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David, his seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. Next
you got to bounce it back, Cap.
Yeah, I see more than 60 seconds. Jeremiah 22:30 is a curse. It says, write this man down as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days. None of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah.
I don't got to use.
Now, I have a question. Who is
later
Joseph's father, Tazariak? Who's Joseph's
1 minute
father?
remaining.
So if as I was breaking down with your church fathers say that Jacob begat Joseph. And then in Luke 1, I'm sorry, Luke 3, it says Heli. And I broke down your church fathers say that Matthew contains the physical father of Joseph. Luke, the 3rd chapter, contains by law, the father of Joseph, according to your church fathers.
Yes, who was Mary's father. Since Mary had no other brothers, that's why he's put in the genealogy. Your position would entail contradiction in the genealogies. Now, going on to the next question.
The son of Joseph.
Arya taught Johanna to deny the virgin birth. Johanna taught you. Now Arya goes against his own teaching. Why don't you
look
follow
at God?
him?
Look at God. He's saying time. Look at God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. Someone you got saved by the bell. Thank God.
No, you got saved.
Hey, Corey, if I may, real quick. I'm sorry, guys. We need someone, and I forgot this. My apologies, man. I don't know if my brother Philip in the chat could write down the questions. We need 5 questions from the audience after the second
John chapter 1 verse 40.
cross-examination. So we got to figure that out. I think we messed up on that part. I apologize to Tazariak and Vocab. But as far as recording the questions, my brother Philip is in the audience. I don't know if you could,
Cap, we will be setting the second cross-examination up. You'll still be going first. Vocab will go after. But Cap, would you be utilizing your screen?
Yeah, let me just present and I'll just use it for my first initial question so I can get it out the way. So that way I don't have to pause it in the middle. So let me share.
So just share it up there. And I'll tap it once we get started. Make sure y'all following the Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure you are cash apping, supporting the brother at #, as Brother Garfield, that supports the forum of debaters as well as the platform for bringing edification out. So make sure y'all subscribe here. We'll be addressing Vocab Malone, the street apologist, as well as Captain Tazariak's handles towards the end, and any information and merch they would like to present towards the end for everybody to gather. Make sure you're sharing the space as well, because this is an exciting, edifying, and fiery debate. We'll be bouncing it over to Captain Tazariak, resetting at 5 minutes. I'm trying my best in these sections to not interrupt you guys in the midst of a question or interrupt y'all in the midst of a Bible verse being read. So I might be lenient, swaying a couple seconds here and there, but I try to make it up on the back end just to let you guys know I'm trying to be as fair as possible, but just to let a Bible verse come cleanly out, and then I'll try to bounce it over to the other gentleman. Other than that, Cap, I'm about to click your screen and get it up there. 5 minutes is set. Cap and Vocab, are y'all mics good?
Yes, my mic is good. Yeah.
All right, good deal. So, Cap, I'm about to highlight your screen, and the time will start when you start.
I read already Julius Africanus, the epistle to Aristides, where he established that Matthew was by physical, Luke by law, which is echoed by Eusebius, another church father that they love, in Ecclesiastical History, page 250, another epistle of the same Africanus addressed on the supposed discrepancy between Matthew and Luke. So both Sextus and Eusebius attribute both lineages to Joseph. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
It's possible, but no.
So are you saying that, because you made in your last round, you said that one was Mary's, I believe Luke, the 3rd chapter. Do you have any proof within the Bible that that's Mary's lineage? Book
Yes.
chapter.
Otherwise, you have a contradiction with who the father is. Heli is Mary's father, and then Joseph is listed, as would be done if there's no older son. You avoid the contradiction. You also do not have the man mentioned in Matthew 1:11. The man who was cursed is absent from hers. Very important to understand that. So there's some evidence right there.
I will repeat the question. Can you show book, chapter, verse, everything that you just said as far as this lineage belonging to Mary's in the Bible? You just gave conjecture.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're saying that, then neither genealogy says something exactly like that.
Right.
That's not how it works. You look at the textual clues and hints, and Luke focuses specifically on Mary. It's got her song. It's got her visiting her family. The beginning of the book is all about Mary. And the genealogy is not identical to the one in Matthew. And it's interesting. Now you're okay with the idea of a legal genealogy all of a sudden.
Earlier.
And I just want to remind you, Eusebius and Julius Africanus both affirmed the virgin birth. I don't know what's going on here with you trying to cherry pick these sources, but that's the reason why I say that. But remember, I mentioned to Zaryak, even if that was incorrect and both in some way were Joseph's, you still got what you need because Jesus is still a descendant of David legally via Joseph. And there's precedent for that kind of thing in scripture itself.
What is the precedent for that kind of thing in the scripture itself?
Levirate marriage, adoption, and the kinsman redeemer custom. Those 3 things.
And
There's
which
not
one?
going to be. Go ahead.
And which one do you pick?
It could be all 3. So and it's actually more. So it's adoption. That's good enough, but there might be one more. But the tricky part is you can't say one. You can say all 3 because all 3 can literally apply to Jesus.
Well, all 3 of those. So that
good answer, Vocab. I paused. I did not know he was going to say that. Good answer, Vocab. That's the correct answer. They all 3 can point at Jesus. So that's when you know Vocab is, he's on his studies.
you can have a descendant who is not biologically yours still be the heir. And they also show that a man can reckon another man as his son or vice versa. That's what they show. You're not going to have case law in Leviticus about what to do with virgin births because that kind of thing wasn't going on until Jesus's day once. So you're not going to have that case law. You're going to have parallels where what I'm saying makes sense in the Semitic context, not in a One West context, though.
I need you to be a little bit more solid. I asked you, which one of those three do you pick? You said levirate, marriage, spiritual. Which one? It can only be one. It can't be all of them.
It could be all three.
So pick
I never said anything about spiritual to Zaryak.
The point is, which one? All I'm asking you.
None of those are what happened. It was a virgin birth. The point is there's precedent for having someone who is a son, not biologically, but be reckoned as a son legally.
Hold you to one.
So
it's mind-blowing to me that you don't understand that.
I want the record to show he first said it was, and then said none of it happened.
He said,
none of that was you. I'm not asking a question. You ain't got to talk.
Well, you're lying on me though.
He just said, I asked him to pick one. He said none of them because it was a virgin birth. That's what he just said. So now you brought up the curse of Jeconiah, Jeremiah 33:20. Thus saith the Lord, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and there should not be day nor night in the season, then my covenant with David, my servant, that he should not have his son reign upon his throne. So is that true or false? Yes or no?
That's true.
Thank you. In Luke, the 2nd chapter, when Mary came, not be day nor night, my covenant of the day of Jeconiah, Jeremiah 33:20. Thus saith the Lord, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and there should not be day nor night in the season, then my covenant with David, my servant, that he should not have his son reign upon his throne. So is that true or false? Yes or no?
That's true.
Thank you. In Luke, the 2nd chapter, when Mary came to Christ, Mary and Joseph came to Christ and said, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. And he said, I must be about my father's business. Why didn't they understand what he spoke to them?
I've heard you ask this in other debates, and it fascinates me. Jesus' whole ministry.
Please ask me that. I mean, what scripture does it say that Mary and Joseph knew Jesus' whole purpose? Like, they were being educated like everybody else.
It's filled with people not understanding exactly what he's saying or doing. He's 12 years old, breaking out in the beginning here, right? I don't know about that. Well, I'm not doing that to you because I'm in the middle of my joint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta let him rock out.
You're eating some soup, but that's an injection into my time. All right?
You gotta let him rock out, Cap. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Eat the soup and mute. So when you look at what happened there, it's very fascinating that he says, my father's house. In the text that you brought me to, you walked yourself into a body bag, as you like to say, because he says, my father's house, indicating distinctiveness from Joseph. And notice they didn't deny it. That's what you need. What are you talking about? Your father's right here. Your father's right here. They ain't saying that.
Time. Make sure y'all are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. Subscribe, like. The debate is getting fiery. We like it going in the order that it's going in. Make sure y'all cash out the cash tag Ask Brother Garfield for your support to the platform. We got some questions we need to derive from the audience. 5 solid questions. Make sure it's intelligible and send it through the super chat, and we will select those 5 questions and make sure it's a unified question that both debaters can give an answer to. We will be bouncing over to the second section of the second cross-examination. Make sure all the phones are on vibrate while we are live. So right now it will be on Vocab Malone to ask the questions, and then it will bounce over to Captain Tazariak to answer. Vocab, you got rough.
Ask any question about the virgin birth. You can be negative. You can be against me. You can be with me. Doesn't matter. Maybe I'll answer. Maybe I will not. Because I can answer almost everything on the live. I can answer everything, obviously. But on the live, I'm kind of more strategical in what I answer and what I won't. Because Cat be going to try to have some gotcha moments. So, there's no honor amongst thieves. So I'm going to play ball. I'm going to play his game. I'm going to maintain my gotcha moments. But I don't mind answering other questions because I do want to educate him on what I know so we don't have to waste time dealing with some passages. That's why I'm so glad that we hashed out. Are you there, Indigenous?
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, so that's why I'm glad. So now I said I was trying to encourage. He was supposed to come over here. I guess he's busy. He forgot, but I left it alone. But I want him to come over here to make it fair. Like you see how I'm reviewing his argument. He don't really know any of my debates, so I wanted him to ask me questions, and I'll answer most of it. Something I won't answer, I wait till the debate. But I wanted him to know what I know, so we don't have to waste time dealing with rabbit holes. I want him to stick to his main
passages so we can get to the point. But I feel like because he don't know what I know and don't know, he's gonna try me like he did vocab and bring up a bunch of irrelevant passages that has nothing to do with the virgin birth. And we're gonna waste time doing that.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's probably gonna be like a 4-hour debate. But it's definitely it's definitely gonna be a classic. It's gonna be a classic debate. It's definitely gonna put me in a place where I couldn't put myself all these years, going live. All these is going live, but definitely all these years debating the virgin birth. One debate on Sinetta platform is so influential and huge that one debate there can take me pretty far as long as I capitalize on it. But I was talking to a friend of mine, and people can say what they want about Sinetta, but a lot of us are only going live because of Sinetta. Nobody, when he was going live way back in the day, bro, anybody was going live.
Right.
When he was uploading videos way back, and so there was no live at that time, was it? Yeah, it was a Google Hangouts. Anyway, it was so long ago, but when he was going live, nobody was going live. We were all watching him, and we were all.
I don't go back as far as y'all. I don't go back as far. I started in like 2015, brother.
Okay, yeah. So way back when he was going live, we all went live to be like him. Like we liked what he was doing, and we went live because we felt like that was fun. Hey, why don't we set up a studio? Why don't we set up a podcast stream? You know, all that stuff, and do it ourselves. Like have our conversations amongst ourselves. Because other than that, you just gotta wait on him. So a lot of us started going live because of him. Like he influenced us to want to be a podcaster ourselves. Our dreams to be, you know, we're in his position. So he then
a lot of people ate off of him too. A lot of people ate off of Sinetta because they started there, and then they might have had a problem with him. But it all, most of it started right there. So
Yep. So
yeah,
now,
I feel you.
check this out. So I try to think about the problems you could possibly have with him. Like first of all, you should already know who he is before you even call in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But just like anybody else, like if you want to go on Tariq Nasheed, if you want to call in his thing, like you should know who you're calling. If you're gonna call in, let's say Ben Shapiro, like you need to, or the Breakfast Club, like you need to know who you're calling. Therefore, there will be no confusion on who you're calling, and therefore there will be no beef. Like if you call, like who beefs with Star? Nobody, right? Because they know he's arrogant, he's disrespectful. So you embrace that, and when he gets you, nobody takes it personal. Like Star is very nasty.
I'm not familiar with him.
Oh, no,
I'm not familiar with the brother, but I've heard of him though.
Listen, he'll cuss you out, he'll clown you in ways Sinetta would never do, and nobody attacks him for that because people know him for doing that. So it's like, so when Sinetta does his thing and when he behaves the way he behaves, why do people take it so personal when other people do the same thing? But it's like, give him a pass.
Yeah. I can't speak to, all the people that, have a problem with Sinetta, but, that was one of the reasons why I came in the community. I had been listening to Sinetta for a couple of years, and then Uncle Garfield started acting crazy with the evolution and talking about, after Egypt and stuff like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And messing it up. And I was coming in defense of Sinetta because I was like, but they was talking crazy back in about usurping Sinetta and all that shit. You know, so that's what I said. I come in and defend the Senator, and then, you know, over time, you know, I guess my Christianity and,
Nah,
you
see,
know,
that's
my
the
white
thing. That's
woman,
the
I
thing.
guess.
That's the thing. Like, listen, just like anybody, like again, like people hold Senator to like this God above human stature. It's like, no, like
Yeah.
like, listen, if you call Tariq Nasheed right now, and let's say if you are what they call FBA or ADOS, if you call Tariq Nasheed and you disagree with him, any way, form, he's going to either call you gay or he's going to say you're non-FBA. Even though you're not gay, he'll call you gay. And even though you are FBA, he'll say you're not FBA, right? He'll say you're non-FBA. I mean, but you see, so when you disagree with, when you say something that the people don't, if you, when you call somebody podcast and you say something that goes against the theme of their podcast, you're supposed to expect equal opposite reaction.
Backlash, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're a Christian calling us on that TV and you know he be clowning Christians, why would you take it personal when you know that's what he does? Like he
Hold up, let me tell you what happened. Right. You remember how I used to tell you about, the scripture about let us not test Christ, as some did and were destroyed by snakes. And I called in, you know, because they were saying that, you know, Jesus was a snake in the garden. And so I called in and read them that scripture. And Hunter said, fuck you, indigenous black man. Or you ain't indigenous black man, you indigenous white man. You ain't calling here teaching nobody nothing. I remember it like it was yesterday. Man, he cussed me out. I was like, damn, I'm just trying to help you. I'm bringing the scripture up here trying to help out. And he cussed me out, called me all kinds, you know, but I cuss people out too. So, I mean, you know, that's just, you know, and then being, you know, I've experienced that too. Like you say, you're just trying to bring some truth to the conversation, and all of a sudden you gay and pedo and over there, and you know, that's what Top Cat says about me. You know, I really ain't even met the brother. He's calling me. I'm trying to help him out with some, you know, some information from the history where they fucking up because they go into Continental Congress like you did one time. And I had to tell them about the Albany Congress was the first Congress, and they, yeah, you know, and then they start getting mad at you just because you put some, you know, the truth in the chat. And I'm just like, man, you know, all right, well, fuck it, I ain't coming back.
But you should already, like I said, you should already expect. You just
the backlash.
You just don't know where you're at when you want to send in the chat. You say something because it's so many people, different faiths that nobody's gonna present stuff in there in the chat and it just everybody say, yeah, that's right. They're gonna disagree. You seen what the woman did. A lady had, I'm debating Tazariak, and the lady she spent $5 to diss me and Tazariak. So she not even following the debate. She is both reading the Bible on that's enough for her to like come at us. We're reading the Bible, so. But am I offended? No.
And give a cash app to dish y'all?
Yeah. Because
so how does that read the Bible and then give a cash app to dish you? Yeah. That's like oil and water almost.
Obviously she doesn't like Bible conversations.
Oh, okay. I thought you said she was reading the Bible. Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, people wild in this community, man. That's my people, man. I love them. I love them to death. That's why I say we all crazy together, man. But we all learn at different levels at different times in our lives, you know, like I say, you know. So I don't get mad at you know, the people who don't want to learn. I get mad at the ones who keep on with the craziness, you know.
Yeah, well, some people think you got craziness, but I had called in DJ Focus show last Thursday, before he got off, and we talked about Black Lives Matter, right? And George Soros, and we talked about should have been Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter. So I called in and I said, hey man, it should have been All Lives Matter. It should have never been Black Lives Matter. I said, because when you're shouting Black Lives Matter, that communication is not all inclusive.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter is all exclusive. You're saying what matters. You're saying Black Lives Matter. So if you just rewind and see what happens, if a black man last hire, first fire, that's looking like his life doesn't matter to the lives who are not treated like that. If a black man gets shot down unarmed and little justice or no justice, it comes off as his life wasn't inclusive to the all lives matter thing. So things like that, you would say, hey, we matter too. You know, like me too, you like me too. Like you want to say, add me to the justice, add me to the equality. So you want to say, hey, don't all lives matter? Don't all of us deserve equality? Don't all of us deserve justice, freedom, and things like that? So shouldn't all of our rights be respected? See, so you're saying add us too, because it's already understood that the other lives matter, because the other lives are getting justice and to a large degree getting equality. They're able to benefit or experience equality and everything I just named. So the argument is add us to that. But to say, hey, Black Lives Matter, to me, that comes off as saying, hey, how dare you mistreat us? Black Lives Matter. Like, no, because it gives the rebuttal, white lives matter, blue lives matter. You see how they came back? Spanish lives matter, Asian lives matter, LGBTQI plus lives matter. See, now you got all these acronyms to say their lives matter too, to rebut and water down BLM. So from the door, it should have been all lives matter. So let's say if a transgender person get murdered or harmed because of their personal preference, they can say all lives matter too. See, and they just fit right in, like with everybody else. So we like, hey, yeah, all lives matter. See, so that hashtag that went way further without too much opposition. So I always had a problem with Black Lives Matter, that acronym. See, but a lot of Black people, we have our own crazy agenda and our own sick minds, where how we view the world and how we view white people specifically, that we just love to say the word black, Black Egypt, Black Hebrews, Black Lives Matter, red, black, and green.
Set ourselves apart.
Yeah, red, black, and green. You know, Black Jesus. It's like we are just stuck in like the '60s where we just gotta say black. Message to the black man. Like it just can't be, hey, message to us all, or justice for all. We got black, 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 black. So like we keep, and we borrow that from the white supremacists who says the white knights, you know, Christian white knights. Like they listen. They were some of the first to do that. The Christian white racists, period. They'll say white to distinct themselves from everybody else, and definitely us. So they'll focus on white. They'll lead with white. You know, we come back and we got this perpetual beef with white races when there's a whole world out there that's bigger than white races. But we love this pissing contest with white races. It's like, yo, you know, white races are some of the dumbest people in the world. Why we keep trying to compete with them? And a lot of them are the most non-productive people in the world. Why are we trying to compete with them? So Black Lives Matter, blackity black, black, black. Like we just love to throw that out there. Black power, which is saying nothing. You say black power, like Sarah Sue said, black power. What power is it? What power do you have? You say black power? Like you the same person.
You saying black power like a white supremacist?
Yeah. Guess what? With less power, you're getting pulled over with black power with black power stickers and all around your car. You're getting pulled over for no reason, harassed and racial profile, and that power did nothing for you.
Yeah.
You got just as much power as somebody who doesn't say black power.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like we get caught up on the word black, where we just like really just we embrace it and run to it. And we be like, this is ours, this is our thing. And we're like really trying to separate ourselves from the pile. And that has done nothing for us. Like, so if you keep doing something over and over with no result, some people call you crazy. So how about we try approaches where we're inclusive? Because think about it. The LGBTQIA plus, you see that acronym alone included everybody else that wasn't heterosexual. L, lesbian, Q, queer, B, bisexual, LGB, how you say L?
T.
Wait, so the G, what does the G
I
stand
said T. The next one's T.
No, it's the G, LBG. So what does the G stand for?
LGBTQ.
What does the G stand for?
Gay.
Gay. Okay, gay. So yeah, so you see?
T, the T for trans.
Right. And guess what? All these trans, like these are different people. Like we heterosexuals look at them all the same, but in their communities, they see themselves different. Because lesbians are clearly women. Gay would be men, right? Transgender will be that. So you could be gay, but you're not transgender. You could be queer and you don't see yourself as gay, homosexual, transgender. Like you might just be cross-dressing, and like that's enough to be identified as queer. So, but the point is, like, you see how they're all inclusive.
Yeah.
The women's suffrage movement. They didn't just want white folks, white women. They wanted black women, Asian women, straight women, gay women, doesn't matter. They wanted to send their message with a lot of numbers. So they didn't discriminate. They added everybody. The Jewish movements, they try to be all inclusive when they're fighting for what they want. So they'll get, like, look at the Palestine thing, like Palestine conflict. Like they're trying to get as many supporters with them. So that's the thing. Everybody seems to be all inclusive to push their message, except for the dummies. Black power. Everybody else excluded. That's why nothing ever works. Like you need other people. You need allies, and they got to feel included. They got to feel included. It can't be the Black Power, the Black Million Man March, and you invite other people. They're like, nah, it's your march, not ours. So it has to be an inclusive movement, so other people feel a part of it, so they can feel like they're making history as well. That's why the civil rights movement, it does say black, it says civil rights. So you got other nationality involved, and it worked. It was successful. People felt part of it. Now, at the end of it, it was hijacked and co-op, but the movement itself went forward with the all-inclusive momentum. So when you're saying Black Lives Matter, that doesn't come off as all-inclusive. And DJ Focus and his co-hosts were like, and his supporters who was calling me all type of names were like clueless to what I was saying. Like, dude, that's not an all-inclusive term. By saying Black Power, by saying Spanish Power, by saying Gay Power, you're excluding everybody like you. Like, why would a heterosexual man want to join something that says Gay Power? Or why would men want to join a movement that says Women's Power? It's like, yeah, nah, do your own thing. I'm over here.
Yeah. Well, you know me. I say that we are all the same, but you know, everybody else has been given their reparations and things, and I don't see anything wrong with black people trying to stand up for, you know, for theirs, like every other group of people stands up for their
What
own.
movement are you talking about? What movement?
I'm just saying. I said when they're trying to stand up, whatever movement it is, you know, when you're trying to stand up,
It makes a difference. It makes a difference.
Martin Luther King or
No, but it makes a difference because it's different movements have different results. They got different momentum. Like some movements are lost from the door, like the Black Panthers Party. Like that movement was an L from the door. They had no room for growth. They were out of control. They got on crack. You know, it was a bunch of young guys with really no end goal, no really end game. Like they done some good things, but they also did some weird, crazy stuff too. But they were doomed from the start. And then Elijah Muhammad comes, saying that he's the prophet and he's like all these contradicting things at one time. That movement from the beginning was going nowhere. So that's why I say it depends on what movement, because some movements never had an end game. Well, Elijah Muhammad end game was that America gonna get blown up. So like, what kind of end game is that to like rely on? So that was like weird. You got Orthodox Islam's, their end game is that the guilty will be judged. Like that's not the end game. That's not the end game I want to be part of. You got some Christians saying, hey, they waiting on the Messiah to come back and restore the earth. Like that's not a movement that I want to jump on. I want something that could affect change possibly tomorrow.
well, whatever Christian's saying that is not reading from the Bible, because you know it doesn't say he's gonna come back and hang out with a motherfucker. It says that we gonna meet him up in the believers gonna meet him up in the sky. Now that's what the Bible says, but you know, you got the people out here promoting false doctrine, using doctrine. Well, let's say we're using, like I say, using selective scriptures to push their narrative. You're not using the whole Bible, and you know, you're just using selective scriptures that are pushing your narrative. So you got to be careful on that end in religion. You have to be careful on the social constructs that you take upon yourself, the words that you take upon yourself, like black, and all these other names, like I've been saying for years.
Wait, now hold on.
Because they use them to divide you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go that far. I'm gonna stay right here. So, because
I mean, I don't know how I went far, but
it's far because you talking about people calling themselves black, bro. So they gonna call themselves indigenous. Like, come on. So anyway,
no, indigenous was created in the 1600s too, brother.
Listen, but
I mean, you know, like I said, you're dealing with the person
but I don't
who.
want to go that direction. I don't want to go down to what you call yourself. Call yourself this, that. Doesn't matter. Because you have no proof of the other happening and results come behind it.
Well, you're upset with them calling themselves Black Lives Matter. You're upset with the black part and what they're calling themselves.
No. See, you got to listen.
So it's right on topic.
Okay, so that's the problem I have. That's probably end up kicking you off. I never said I had a problem with something. I said that it would have been better had they been inclusive. The Black Lives Matter movement don't affect me at all. What did it do for me? Nothing. I'm not a part of it. I don't send money towards it. And it doesn't represent me directly. So I'm just saying for them, they're complaining about that. I'm talking about I was on their podcast and that was their topic. It wasn't my topic. I didn't have a problem with it. I gave my 2 cents on it. I said, hey man, they said they said ALM or BLM. I said ALM to me would make more sense. So I'm just giving my 2 cents. I'm not upset. I'm not upset at anything. Give my 2 cents. I'm saying they'd have been more productive had they said all lives matter, been all inclusive rather than Black Lives Matter, which seems to be all exclusive. That's all I was saying. I just gave an opinion. And I supported with my thoughts just now, some effects and things like that. But I don't want to get down to, hey, call yourself indigenous or call yourself an American hero.
I'm not telling nobody what to
Relax.
call
I'm just
themselves,
right.
man.
I'm just talking right now. It's not to you, to everybody, because you threw it out there. So I'm not saying call yourself a GI Joe, American hero. So I don't want you saying that, because then I'm gonna most likely disagree with you, because you're saying don't call yourself black. Then you're gonna say call yourself what then? Okay, take out black. Call yourself what?
Call me Lynn.
No. You said black folks call
Call me human.
All right. Okay. Anyway, so so you agree that the Father in the Bible is he? Do you believe Jesus is the Father as well?
What? Jesus is the Father?
I'm asking you. Do you believe that?
Did you say is he was he a father?
Is he the Father? Some people
Oh
believe.
yes.
Huh?
Yes. Yes.
So you believe Jesus? So who's the Son?
Jesus is the Father by the Holy Spirit. That says it in the Scripture. But
So who's the Son?
like the Word, you know, his let me see, how should I, like I said, apart, you know, in 1 Corinthians 12 and 5, I believe, you can start at 1 Corinthians 12 and 1. Let me just tell you how God has many different parts. Even we can, you know, be a part of God, you know, so his body, you know, his whole, his body in a whole. But God had to take on flesh. God had to take, it says it in the Scriptures, unbiased. I mean, I don't know why you're arguing it. God had to take on flesh.
It says God had to take on flesh?
In order.
What scripture is
Yes.
that?
Well, I've gave it to you numerous occasions. I've done presentations on it numerous times, so I could pull up timestamps. But anyway, First Timothy 3 and 16. Okay. Great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh. Go ahead and pull it up for the people so I can bust you in the head to the white meat. Because like I said, Jesus is the Word. God calls Jesus the Word all the time. And for John 1, it says,
all right.
You know, God, the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
So here, so it says, and without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen of angels, preached to the Gentiles, believed on, and the world received up into glory. That's talking about Jesus, though, right?
Yes. And that's telling you, great is the mystery of godliness, my friend.
Okay. Hold on.
He took on flesh, nigga. It said God did it. Read it again. It said God did it first, nigga. You talking?
So this is what happens. This is what the One West guys do. You ask a question, they give an answer, and they know the answer is going to produce follow-up questions, and they go retarded on purpose, so no more questions can come out. Okay. So he just said Jesus was the Word, okay? And he said the Father, he said the Father was manifest in the flesh. I said, what scripture is that? So then he showed me where it says God. Okay. Let's say Father here. And then he said that this is I asked about the Father. He brings me here, it says God. But then we read that this God was received up in glory, into glory. We know that was Jesus. So it's like, wait a minute. So you said Jesus was the Father. So if Jesus is the Father, then your answer here would make sense. If you believe Jesus is the Father, then your answer here would be consistent with Jesus the Father. I have no problem with that. But then you say he was the Word. So you say he was the Word too. Okay, so how is the Word different from the Father? Or can the Word be different from the Father? Because how can Jesus be the Father and the Word? Then the Word got to be the Father too. So this is going to bring up, this is going to raise more questions an answer. So, but well, I'm not letting you. Listen, I could easily. You can hang up and I can play the video. You can talk like a sensible man. You're like 90 years old, talking like you're 15. You can talk sensibly and respectfully, or I can entertain everybody with the video. I still got more videos to play, and I'm not even done with this one. But since you called in, I said, hey, let's have a dialogue. So unmute your mic and let's get to some of these answers. I'm just curious on how you see God. Okay.
You ready for my answer?
Okay. So you said, so let me just rewind. So you said Jesus was the Father, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So who's the Word?
God, Jesus. It says the Word was with God and the Word was God, brother.
Okay. So is the Word the Father?
Sorry. What did you say?
Is the Word the Father?
All of it is the Father. See, that's what you have to understand. It all
I'm trying to
pertains
understand
to the Father.
Okay. I'm asking you questions because I'm trying to understand. I don't know what your belief is.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So relax, stop being offensive.
Okay.
Romans
Well,
1:16.
we've had this conversation before. We have. It's me and Meech.
I've never asked you about the Father, Son, and Spirit. It is detailed before. So this is why Romans 1:16 says, "Don't be ashamed of the
Ask
gospel."
Meech.
I'm asking you about the gospel. Okay. So you believe the Father is Jesus. So you believe but isn't Jesus called the Son?
Yes, the Son of God, the flesh.
Jesus is the Father and Son.
The Spirit in the flesh, brother.
I got
Spirit had to take on flesh.
So
Okay, it said it in the Scripture.
I got you. So the question now is, Jesus is the Father and Son.
Everything goes back to one. There is no trifecta. There is no Trinity.
The question is, in your mind, in your belief system, is Jesus the Father and Son?
The flesh, yes. The human Jesus, yes. Not the Jesus that was with God from the beginning. That's Jesus, but God had to take on flesh.
Okay,
the word, and just like I said, hold on for a second, let me say this real quick.
We don't say God. The Father.
Hold on, let me say.
Wait. I'm just correcting you.
Let me say this real quick.
Okay, I'm just correcting you first. The Father took on flesh, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The word, it's like Jesus was the speaker, basically. The flesh was the speaker. He had to take on wicked flesh. But just like the scripture says, great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh, brother. See, so that answers your question right there.
No,
you arguing with me.
No, I'm not.
You're arguing with me, but I gave you the scripture to tell you it says it.
I'm not arguing you. You're arguing. You the one turned up. I'm asking you questions, and like a moron, you turned up off questions. You asked
Am I the moron if I don't? Who's the teacher here?
You're a moron because I'm asking you questions and you turned up from questions.
Okay, I'm the moronic teacher, I guess.
Well, actually, you're teaching me your belief system. That's why you're teaching. Okay, and it's kind
of. No, I'm teaching you scripture because you didn't know what it was.
Well, I asked you about the Father. You took me to a verse that says God.
And God is the Father, right?
No. I asked you. Well, I'm reading it. No. There's a bunch of gods. Are they fathers too?
Woo, brother. See, that's where you go wrong.
Exactly. So let me meet you real quick. So when you say God in the Bible, there's many gods. There's many gods. But all's a God. Okay? But when you say Father, you're pointing to one person. That's why I keep correcting this fool and keep saying the Father manifests in the flesh, right? Because you say God, that people believe the Spirit. When you say God, I'm smart enough to know that doesn't indict one thing or one person, one entity. That can be inclusive to other entities also. Because I'm smart enough to know that some people Like this guy believes that the Father is the Son. Some people believe that the Father and the Son are different entities. And some people believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit share the same essence, but different persons. Okay, so I'm trying to see which thought does he come from. So I'm smart enough to know you can't just say God and all of a sudden it makes sense. I know you can go 3 different ways with that, and you can be confusing everybody. So I'm asking specific questions to see which one you are, which belief system you come from. But like most people who don't have a lot of answers or not confident with the answers, you ask questions and they get offended. Remember, in church, you can't ask questions. Don't ask no questions. So you ask him questions, he gets bogged down and gets crazy and gets disrespectful and aggressive and say we're arguing. I'm asking him questions and he says we're arguing. This is why he called us Sonetta. People gets on him. He call on whoever show, they beat him up and they kick him out because they just ask him questions and he believed that's called arguing. Here, people ask me questions about anything in the Bible. I either know the answer or I don't. But I won't get like him. Yo, you ask me questions, so we're arguing. No, I'm just asking questions. I mean, dude, be confident in your belief system. Like, you should be happy. You would think he's a Christian that believes in God. He'll be happy to talk about his God. Matthew 28 and like 17 says, go teach all nations the gospel. So you think he'll be proud. But Romans 1:16 says, I'm not ashamed to teach the gospel. But if you start asking these folks questions about the gospel, you'll see them they be ashamed and they get aggressive like him. They'll get aggressive. They won't do the smile. If somebody called him right now and asked questions about the virgin birth, I'll be so elated to answer all their questions. Even their confusion, I will help clear it up and make sense of what they're confused on. So he's getting insecure about his answers to what the Father is. So there's 3 different thoughts. There's 3 different main thoughts about God. Some people believe that there's one God. Well, they all believe that. But some people believe that there's a Father and the Father took on flesh. If I keep saying Father, don't want to say God, because God doesn't. People believe. Some folks believe that God and Jesus are not the same. They believe Jesus is the Son. He's not the Father, but they still call him a God. So catch that, chat. Some people believe that Jesus is a God, but he's not the Father. He's the Son. So that's when I ask this nut, I say Father. I'm not saying God. I'm saying Father, so it could be a distinction between those who believe Jesus is the Son only and not the Father. That's why I say just say Father to clear up any confusion on that. So he said the Father must take on flesh. I say, what scripture is that? He brought me here. It doesn't say Father. It says Son. It doesn't say Son. It says God. And God could be the Son. God could be the Father. It depends on who you're talking to. This can be Jesus the Son. This can be Jesus the Father. Okay.
Who's the father of Jesus? Bust him in the head to the white meat.
That's a question for you. So who's the father of Jesus?
No. Yeah. God, nigga. Anyway.
Wait. What God? Because Jesus, but isn't Jesus God too?
Ooh. So now you're playing with the scriptures. You're acting like you don't know who the Father of Jesus is.
I'm asking you.
You have that. No. I know exactly. I said, who is the Father of Jesus, nigga? God. God.
This guy's saying God.
The God of the New Testament, brother.
Is that well? Some people say it's Jesus the Son.
Yeah, God says. I mean, the scriptures say it too.
Okay, but some
You
people
want me to read you a couple? You want me to read you a couple and bust you in the head?
But some folks say it's the Holy Spirit also.
Yeah, well, some people say pickles taste better. I mean,
No, but that's the point. That's the point, bro. Nobody knows your thoughts. What this guy keep missing? Nobody knows if you're the ones that believe the Holy Spirit is God as well with Jesus. Nobody knows if you believe God the Father and God the Son are different people. And nobody doesn't believe if you believe God is the Father, it's only him and he comes down as Jesus, the Son, where he's both. Okay. So now, when Jesus says he's the Father, when Jesus, so he's the Father. So why does he say my Father? My Father has many mansions. So if he is the Father, why is he saying my Father has many mansions?
because he's telling you that his father has many mansions in heaven.
Wait, but he is the Father, right?
Well, he also says, if you're bringing up scriptures, my friend,
yeah, but I'm just focused on
that
many mansions.
I and the Father are one.
Yeah, but I'm just focused on many mansions. Okay, I'm only.
I and the Father are one. Let's focus on that.
But I didn't bring that out though. I brought up many mansions. So
I did.
Right, I got you. Yeah, that's called buck dancing. He said, "You're saying he's the Father," but he said, "My Father." He said, "My Father had many mansions." If he's the Father, why did he?
You need to read 1 Corinthians 12 and 5, brother. 1 Corinthians 12. 1 Corinthians 12. Get it. Pull it up.
Just meet you again. Okay, and this is a one West tactic. This is a one West tactic. You ask them about a specific scripture, and they'll run to a whole different scripture to answer the other one. It's like, and by doing that, the scripture they call out to answer the one you called out, we might need to question that scripture. Then it leads you down a trail mix, right? Trail mix snacks. You'd be down some far rabbit hole. I want to know about the many mansions. In fact, let me pull it up. Man, where's my mouse? I can't see. It's blocking me. Okay. Shit, come on. But it must be in John. Okay. All right, Indigenous, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, that 1 Timothy 3 and 16 busted him in the head to the white meat. He can't get around it. It says God.
So it says, in my Father's house. Now you see it says fathers here. This says fathers. Matter of fact, let me go back and rewind the question. So I'm going to do even one better. I'm going to rewind the question. And let's see if I say Father, if I say God. If I say God, then I'll stand corrected and I will set 1 Timothy 3:16. I'll say, okay, no problem. But if I say
you could say Father, either or.
But if I say Father, because this says Father right here. This is no doubt. This says Father. So if I'm asking about the Father,
please.
So I'm asking about the Father, and you bring me here. That doesn't say Father. This says Father. Because the scripture says that he made Moses a god to Pharaoh.
Stuck like Chuck.
It didn't say he made him a father to Pharaoh. Okay. So John 14:2. It says, in my Father's house are many mansions. So if Jesus is the Father, why didn't he just say, in my house there are many mansions? So that's the question.
Well, we talked about this before, and remember I told you
I
where
don't
it
recall
said that Jesus. Well, anyway, you're going to recall it when he was made a little less than the angels because he had to take on flesh, my friend.
Okay, but can you just answer why did he? Okay, so if he's the Father,
That's what I'm answering. That's easy.
okay,
It's easy work.
All right, I got you. So here's the question again. If he's the Father, why didn't he just say, my house are many mansions? Why did he reference another Father house has many mansions?
Because, like I said, on earth, in that flesh, unbiased, he was made a little lower than the angels. The Son of God could only move, in that flesh, how he moved, but then in his glory, he could do anything. He's been there from the beginning, brother. And if you could let me read these 3 scriptures, I could straighten some things out. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to tell you this is what it says. All right, right here. All right, John 3:17. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. All right, now here's 3 more. All right, now the beginning of the gospel, Jesus Christ, the Son of God. All right, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All right, God. See, the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Okay, and like I said, John 1. I think it's John 1 and 1 or 1, either 1 through 3. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then in John 6.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that.
38. This is the last one. Last one. For I have come down from heaven,
right,
not to do my own will,
right,
but to do the will of the one that sent me.
Got it. So there's 2 people up there.
Jesus is the Word of God, unbiased.
I got you.
He is
But
a part
he's
of
the
God.
Father too,
he
right?
came from God.
I got it.
Listen, let me ask you a question. If I have somebody down here saying everything I say,
I gotta mute you again. You see, he keep tripping himself. He told us that Jesus is the Father, but he's also the Word. But then he read this. So then he read this. Then he read the Word was with God. So there's 2 people up there. So the Word is the Father, because the Word is Jesus. God is okay. So this is just basic English right here. So when it says the word was with God, let me ask this question and watch how you purposely act retarded. This is why nobody invites him on their platform. He's boring. He doesn't answer any questions. He doesn't stick to the questions. Watch this. I said, Apostle taught him well. Okay. So it says the word was with God. So which one of these are Jesus? Is it the word or is it God? So it says
Jesus,
the word. Okay, listen to the question.
The Word of God is God.
Okay, listen to the question first, though. It says the Word was with God. So if somebody says the watcher was with unbiased, that's 2 people. Okay, so if somebody say, well, which one is Ron? You'll say unbiased. So I'm asking you. It says the Word was with God. So which one of these are Jesus? Is it the Word or is it God?
Like I said before, God has taken on Let me finish. And don't cut me off.
This is in the
Don't
beginning.
cut me
No.
off. Don't cut me off.
I got you. You're not answering the question. This says in the beginning. We're not dealing with the flesh right now. The flesh was down here where it says, this is verse 14 where it says, and the word was made flesh. This is later. See, and the words. This is after all this over here. I'm asking about this.
So is Jesus.
Okay, good.
In flesh.
Right. So I'm asking
Nigga,
about,
like you act like he was there at the beginning with your stupid ass.
okay. So he's playing retard on purpose. Okay. And he left. And if you talk trash in the chat, I'm gonna block him. I'm gonna take a wrench and block him. I'm not gonna let him act the fool on the live and then go in the chat act the fool. I'm not gonna tolerate that. So if you act the fool in the chat, I'm kicking you out, I'm blocking you, removing you. Look at my eagle. Oh, the document sign. E-sign. He said E-sign. E-sign. Okay. So just asking the guy questions. That's all. As you can see, his thoughts are never complete. They're scattered. But he wants to come on here and act like he's just a professional and expert. When he calls Sarnetta, when he does this, and nobody listens to him. Like he's just like a guy to listen to. Like, dude, you're all over the place right now. Now, somebody else with his same train of thought, same belief system, probably could have answered this very easily. But the point is, he couldn't.
Roughly 30 seconds on your question. Cap, you got roughly 60 seconds on your answer. I'll try my best not to interrupt in the middle of a verse or something like that. And if I do extend it out, then I'll give a couple of seconds on the back end for the other debater to actually answer that question. Vocab, would you be utilizing your screen?
No, thank you though.
All right, good deal. So we got the screens down. The time is reset at 5 minutes, and I will be calling it at the 1 minute marker to let you guys know y'all are getting close. Cap and Vocab, y'all mics good?
Yes, indeed.
All right, time will start when you start, Vocab.
Tazariak, where's your verse that says Joseph knew Mary?
Matthew 1:25.
Can you read that?
Yes, I can. Matthew 1:25, and knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn son and called his name Jesus or Yahushua.
Okay. Where does that say Matthew? Where does Matthew say that Joseph knew Mary?
Matthew 1:25.
Could you read that again? A little louder.
And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son and called his name Jesus.
So I asked you to show me a place that says Joseph knew Mary, and you took me to a place that said he knew her not.
So now I'll explain.
Thank you.
Thank you. The knew her.
No, I didn't. I'm not asking a question there. I'm moving off from there.
Oh, okay.
So what evidence do you have that
that was not a good look on that was not a good look on Captain right there. So how is Captain gonna explain that away? He said, show me a place where it says Joseph knew her. He brought him to literally a place where it says Joseph knew her not. I mean, then he said, let me explain. How do you explain that? It says he knew her not. Listen to the question. This is what Indigenous did. He said, where does it say, like the same way Captain said, hey, show me chapter, book, and verse where it says Mary is from the tribe of, or Mary's lineage is Luke 3:23. And then Vocab said, well, I can't read it like that. It's not there. And Captain like raised his hands as a sign of victory. Well, he just asked him he asked him a question as direct as that question that he gave Vocab. He said, where does it say Joseph knew her? I mean, you got to read Joseph knew Mary. You got to read that. You cannot read something that doesn't say that and then say, let me explain. He asked you, where does it say it in the Bible, book, chapter, and verse, my boy? So give him book, chapter, and verse, or say, I can't find that. Damn, is that hard? Is it that hard to be honest, Captain? Come on. Just simply be as honest as vocab and say, yo, you know what? It doesn't say that. And just admit you got to do the same thing vocab got to do to show Mary's genealogy. He has to go with circumstantial evidence. So you got to re-explain something that's not there.
That Joseph knew Mary prior to the birth of Jesus then.
Yeah, that would definitely a cut down to.
There is no verse that says that Joseph knew Mary prior to the birth of Jesus, because the first time they had intercourse, Jesus was born. Hence Matthews 1:25, which is the conclusion of the matter, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son. Matthew, I'm not finished. Matthews 1:18. Now the birth of.
Okay, I hope you don't do that with me, bro. I hope you don't, man. I got some footnotes for you. Try that with me. This guy in business still keep talking about God took on flesh. When he took me, I'm at John 14 he took me to John 1:1, where it says, in the beginning, bro, in the beginning, Jesus didn't take on flesh. So why are we talking about taking on flesh? This is the problem with some of these old people, that they have these old people issues with comprehending basic stuff. Brother, you took us to the beginning. You tell me Jesus took on flesh then too? So he took on flesh in the beginning. He took on flesh through Mary. Like, this is clearly talking about the spiritual realm when Christ was in the spirit. Okay? You just knew you couldn't explain that. You said Jesus is the Word. So who's the Word with? Because he's the Father also. So who's that God that's there? That's what you couldn't answer.
Jesus Christ was on his wives when, as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit. The before they came together is not talking about sex, it's talking about the ceremony of
he gonna re-explain it again.
Marriage. Simple.
What's your evidence for that?
I just read it.
All right. So if that's a case, in Luke 2:7, it says she gave birth to her firstborn son and wrapped him in a swaddling cloth and laid him in a manger because there was no room for them in the inn. Why does Luke say her firstborn son and not their firstborn son in the context where he says them in regards to not being any room for them in the inn? Why does he say that? Tan huan atus tan prototakon. Her.
What? I don't know what that is you just said. But it can say her firstborn, his firstborn. It can say whatever it wants. It still takes two people to bring forth a child. If you want a grammar class, we can have a grammar class. But saying she brought her firstborn son because it is her son. Just like John 1:45 says the son of Joseph, it doesn't make mention of Mary, but is that not Mary's son? That don't make no sense. That's a retarded question.
I like it. Let's do a grammar class then. In Romans 1:3, Paul uses a verb that means to become rather than be born. Genome instead of genao. In Galatians 4:4, Paul uses the same verb, this time inflected as genomenon, which means coming from a woman. Yet he describes Ishmael in the same passage, Galatians 4, as gagenadha, which is from genao, which is the regular way to describe being born. And in Philippians 2:7, he uses that same verb, genomenai, instead of genao, because that tends to associate the husband. Why?
Can you pause his time? I don't know
what's going on.
I don't know what word you're talking about. You know how many words is in Romans 1 and 3? I don't know what you didn't say in Romans 1 and 3. I don't know what word you're talking about.
The word that's translated sometimes is descended.
Can you tell me what word in Romans 1 and 3 you're talking about?
Yeah, it's translated as seed or descended.
So you talk about the word seed.
But I'm talking about that's my point though. Do you
No, I
have,
just want to make.
if you
I
can
want
look
to
in
make.
the
I think it's a slip of the tongue for vocab. I think he meant to say, when it says made. So vocab meant to say the Greek word made. He said, so he let Captain say seed. He went with seed, and seed is sperma. So that's where the confusion is going to start.
Blue Letter Bible will show you what word it is.
Listen,
What it says is genomine. Huh?
The only reason I'm asking is so that when you go to these different verses, I can look for the same word. That's all I'm asking. You just didn't say what word. So you talk about the word seed or sperma.
Well, so no, so sperma's not in. So no, where it says descended from spermatos.
So vocab is a little confused now. Captain confused him, and he's confused right now. He lost his train of thought.
I'm talking about the word that's sometimes translated descended. I don't know what it says in the KJV, but here, we'll look it up in the KJV.
Hey, Corey, just keep his time paused because I don't want his question. Right, and I don't want your question to not be answered. When I read Romans 1:3, it says, concerning his son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. I don't know what version you're reading, but I need to go to the correct word because when I go to what I thought you said was seed, that word is sperma from what I'm reading. So if it's a different word, you have to tell me what word so I can properly answer your question.
You're right. I like that. Thank you for
I know
clarifying.
You do. I know you do.
That's good. And that's
Look,
good.
I pause your time and everything because you need as much help as you can get.
I appreciate that. Now, to be fair to myself, I thought you would be up on game and know which word I was talking about. It's made. I didn't say spermatos, so I'm clearly not talking about that.
He say it's made. See, Captain threw out seed, and vocab did say yes. So he threw out the wrong word, and vocab agreed, and then that's why they're confused right now.
Made.
Word. Well, you
it's
never
made
said,
in English translated KJV, which was made. That's the word I'm asking you about.
For the record, when I said seed, you said yes, and then you changed your mind. That's why when you asked who was the seed in Genesis 3:15, and I said you proving it right now.
That's Zerah. No, it's part of that phrase. It's part of that phrase because it's made of the seed. But I said in my question, I said made.
I'm good now. I got the right word. Corey, you got it.
Let's get back on point because we stopped the clock and everything for this.
So to re-ask it again, in Romans 1:3, why does he say made of the seed? Made of the seed. And that word that he uses underlying in the Greek, which is what I was drawing out, is not the normal word for born. And that's why the KJV translators translate it as made. That's an irregular use of that verb. Why does Paul do that? And in Galatians 4 and in Philippians 2. He does it 3 times. Why?
Thank you. Now that you got the correct word. What y'all get caught up in this grammar class, made of the seed of David according to the flesh is how you should properly read it. And once you read it, you know that he's saying made of the seed of David according to the flesh because that was the prophecy, which is the subject. The subject is that Christ would be of the seed of David from the loins of David.
How the hell Captain wiggle all that?
David from the oath that he would not break. That I read in Acts 2:31.
1 minute left.
Acts 2:30. Therefore, being a prophet, and the Lord has sworn an oath to him from the fruit of his loins. So even when you read Galatians 4:4, made of a woman, all of us are made of women, which I already demonstrated in the first round when Christ spoke about John. He said, among them that be born of women. There is no difference here.
All right. The Bible records multiple miraculous births. Abraham's wife gave birth to Isaac. Isaac's wife gave birth to Jacob and Esau. All these are miraculous in different ways. Samson, of course, another example. Samuel, his mother was barren. Elizabeth, John the Baptist. Why doesn't Jesus, the Messiah, get a miraculous birth according to Tazariak? Why is he left out of having a miraculous birth? It's just 2 people having sex.
One second before you answer. That's time, but I'm going to ask Vocab and Cap, would you like this question answered?
Yeah, I'll answer it if you don't mind, Vocab.
Vocab?
Yeah.
All right, Cap, you got the floor.
Thank you. Every last one of the miracles you mentioned, I would not have because all of them required a man and woman having sex. All of them. Abraham and Sarah had sex. Samson's parents had sex. Isaac and Rebekah had sex. And Mary and Joseph had sex. Body bag.
All right, that will.
Why do you even ask that? Why do you ask that question? Why do you ask
that? Will.
Well, because you left Jesus out of Jesus doesn't get a miraculous birth according to you. That's the whole point. He's just two people. There's nothing miraculous about the Messiah being born. It's just a regular old day in Jerusalem. Well, Nazareth.
Make sure y'all are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. Brother Garfield, how many questions do you
think we got I think we may have a lot of questions. I gotta figure out which ones.
We need 5 clean, unified.
One more before I take it down. Yeah, I'll play the other 2 tomorrow.
After thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. So we know this is not talking about Solomon, because Solomon's kingdom and throne fell. Verse 14, I will be as.
That's why I think our debate would be a classic. It's going to be a classic because I believe that I have the tools and the wits to make them bow down and like hold the L. And he might do that in a few different ways. He might be classy and just admit, okay, you got it. He might be out of character, so that's another way of like conceding, resigning, being out of character, screaming over me. The answer this, the answer that. We're not going nowhere. You know, so there are different ways to show like you got beat up badly. By throwing your gun, right? You can throw your gun, or you like some people throw their gun and fight. Some people place their gun down and give up. So I'm trying to debate him in a way where he just put the gun down and give up. If you throw it, I'll take the win, but I wouldn't feel like I really did my job. So I'm expecting him to place the gun down, come out with his hands up. Okay. Let me do this. Damn, I can't.
His father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of men. So now we just laid out a foundation that if there's a man sitting on the throne from the house of David, he has to come from the line of David. I don't see no scriptures. Usually the question that I would ask from Reggie, and maybe he can show, is any connection at all that Mary has to David. So if we go from there, and if I go to Luke 1 and let's say 30, Luke 1 and the verse I want to go to is 32. So now, of course, most people look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as a chronological order of the New Testament, when that's not the case. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is just those men's accounts of their interactions with Christ, or written records of Christ. And so when you read Luke 1, the story of the angel visiting Mary takes place before the angel visited Joseph, if you was to put it in order. So when the angel visits Mary, there's something interesting that the angel says to Mary. So the angel says, this is verse 32, says, he shall be great and shall be called the Son of the Highest, and the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David. So how could David be his father if he does not come from a man? What I would also like to point out is Christ is called the Son of Man. How can he be called the Son of Man unless he comes from a man? So verse 33 says, and he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and his kingdom there shall be no end. Then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be, seeing I know not a man? And this is usually those of the Immaculate Conception thought process or the virgin thought process to say, see, Mary didn't know a man because she hadn't, because the angel is telling Mary what is going to happen, not what has already happened. And this thought process is not something that just takes place. This ain't new to Mary. This ain't new to Joseph. This was the same thing when when the angel came to Abraham and Sarah, and the angel told Sarah she was going to have a child. You know what you don't see in that concept? You do never see Abraham and Sarah having sex. The only thing you do see, real briefly, if I go to Genesis 21:1, it says, and the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age. But it clearly says the Lord visited Sarah, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. But we don't call that immaculate. We don't call that a virgin birth. All they're going to say is the Lord opened up her womb so that when Abraham and Sarah had sex, she would get pregnant. But it doesn't say that in the text. But the reason why we'll come up with that concept is because we know no child can be born without sex between a man and a woman. So when I go back to Luke 1, I'm sorry, just bear with me. And the reason why I'm saying bear with me is because I go into the verses as I'm sharing my screen here. So when I go to Luke 1, it says, she says, how should this be, seeing I know not a man? And so it says, and the angel answered unto her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, and the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. So when it says the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, it's not talking about making her pregnant, but it is talking about her doing the will that the Lord wanted her to have, meaning her desire to want to consummate with Joseph. When you go to Romans 9:19, it says, who has resisted the Lord's will? It's not talking about making Mary pregnant. Now, if he wanted to make Mary pregnant, he could have, and we wouldn't have no argument, no fuss about it. But if Mary gets pregnant by God making her pregnant, then everything that the Lord told David was a lie. Everything that the Lord told all of the prophets was a lie, because they was never looking for a woman to be made pregnant without a man. They was only looking for the house or the seed of David to come through a man. So when you keep going, it says, and the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. The overshadow is like if you're in the sun and you want to hide from the beaming of the sun, you go under a tree. The tree gives you protection from the sun. So what does every pregnant woman want? They want the protection from the Most High so that their baby doesn't come out deformed, maybe Down syndrome, one toe, a pinky. They don't want the baby to be messed up. So that's what it says. And then 36 says, and behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived a son in her old age. And this is the 6th month with her, who was called barren. So now he's making a comparison to another woman who got pregnant. Now, did this woman get pregnant through magic? No. This woman got pregnant from Zachariah and Elizabeth also having sex. Now, when you read verse 46, I'm sorry, it might not be 46. Verse 45 in the same chapter. And this is what lets you know that nothing took place the whole time the angel talked to her. Nothing took place. It says, and blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. So nothing that the angel told her had taken place yet. Is something that was going to take place. So now when we go to Matthew, for example, and again, I don't want to be too long-winded, Tony. So if I'm going too far and the brother want to jump in, by all means, he definitely can. Okay, so now when we read Matthew, interesting thing about Matthew's 1:1 says, this is the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, Yahushua, the son of David, the son of Abraham. He cannot have a generation if he doesn't come from a man. I always use my life as a living example. I have a stepson. His name is Gregory. Gregory Johnson is his name. If he gives his registry, I'm not in his registry, because he's not from my generation. My generation is Nakazah and Zerach. Those are my sons. They carry my generation. So if it's saying the book of the generations of Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham, that means he has to have a father. And when you get to verse 16 in this chapter, it says, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ, which lets you know this is Joseph's lineage. This is not Mary's lineage. Just like Luke, the 3rd chapter, that's not Mary's lineage either. That's Joseph's lineage there too. So now when you go to verse 18, it says, now the birth of Christ was on this wise, when as Mary, his mother, was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, which is in parentheses, she was found with the child of the Holy Spirit. Now, most people interpret this to mean, see, this is when they got that she was pregnant, because it says before they came together. Not quite so. The before they came together is just talking about a ceremony of marriage. So if you had an engagement, so what is this, like November? So, you know, most women, they want a spring wedding. So imagine I'm engaged to a sister and we get married March 20th. Before March 20th, she's pregnant. Nobody's going to believe that God made her pregnant. They're going to say we couldn't wait until the ceremony of marriage to actually get pregnant. And so that's why she was with child. Verse 19, watch the narrative change. Then it says, then Joseph, her husband. So now the language goes from being espoused to now husband. Then it says her husband, being a just man, not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. So now there's two ways to look at that. One is he find her pregnant, thinking she slept with another man. If he's a just man, he's not going to want to hide it. Like before the angel ever come to him. If he's a just man, he's not thinking I'm gonna hide this woman. He's thinking this woman cheated on me. That's how she's pregnant. So let me expose her. That's what a just man would do. But if that just man had sex with her before the ceremony of marriage, knowing that it's frowned upon, he may think, man, what am I going to do? I didn't know she was going to get pregnant, but she is pregnant. That's the conversation. And of course, if you go into, and I'm going to stay right within the Bible, if you go to Ecclesiasticus, the 42nd chapter, it might be the 42nd chapter.
Yeah, peace, Mika. Roses to you. Yeah, so yeah, cause I've been, looking at other stuff in the Bible. That's why I asked indigenous questions about father and son, because I've been watching videos on that, and it made me think like, yeah, let me ask, not just him, but let me ask people like, there's three major thought patterns that people, or there's three major thoughts when it comes to the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. I just want to know which thought persuasion did indigenous go with, and god damn was he so hostile. He was so hostile with me. Yeah, so me and Kat most likely 2 weeks from now, Friday. But I'ma finish this up tomorrow. It's a lot, like far from where I want to give commentary on. And then I'm gonna show two things. And then I'm gonna recap my discussion with Captain on Sunday TV. Well, I would recap the discussion I had with Captain on Cross the Line Radio, but he did so bad he made it private. We can't see it. All right, so I think Tamika, you were late bird. You up late. Yeah, so this is like way past my bedtime. And I'm gonna be snoring alive if I don't get off. All right, so yeah. See, the thing is, Captain thinks he's ready. So let me try to say it like this. Like this is like just the truth. Like like sometimes when Jabari calls in, somebody might think like they know something, and Jabari calls in and he, like, you know, the room you could see like, okay, uh-oh. Or let's say, you know, like some people are just good at things, and some people are like they are the authority of that thing. Captain might be good at the virgin birth, but I'm like the authority in, or at least versus Captain on this, at least versus the One Westerns. Like I'm like the authority in the subject. So like he's like really not on my level at all, zero. But the only way to like let him know that is unfortunately through a debate. So we had a discussion on Sunday TV. I'm gonna play tomorrow. You're gonna see he didn't do that good during the weigh-in. And then we had a second discussion on his channel, which he doesn't have public right now. He has it private. And really, because he didn't do that well, he made it private. You know, and I didn't really. I joked with him on the inbox. I said, "Hey, man, where's that that weigh-in number 2 at?" And he act like he's gonna show it, but like 2 months later, we still don't see it. And I got my own reasons why he didn't post it and make it public. One is the obvious. He didn't do that good, right? We had opposing views on on the same passage. And I believe he really thought there was no answer to certain things. And I think that's his weakness going into debate with me. I really believe he thinks his answers, his questions, I believe he answers. I really believe he thinks his questions can't be answered. So he has vocab some questions. Vocab was focused on what he's focused on. So he didn't really address the questions because he didn't know that Captain Zodiac really hold these questions high, in a high regard. So I know that. So when he asked me these questions, I'm going to easily answer them. And any passage we have opposing views on, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show everybody how my viewpoint is more accurate to the text. So I realized going over his debates on this subject that I'm more informed than he is. Like it's like light years in between us, where he will have to just go with theatrics and antics. Like it's the only way he can like survive a little bit is to be like Pharaoh and throw down his rod that turned to a snake, but it was really magic. You know, when Moses threw his down, it actually turned to a snake. So I say young Pharaoh. So Pharaoh, the Egyptian king, told one of his men to throw down his staff so it could become a snake as well, to show, hey, look, we ain't got God with us. We could turn our staff to a snake as well. But the Bible says that was a magician and that was a trick, because Moses' staff that turned to a snake ended up swallowing Pharaoh's staff that turned to a snake, showing that Moses' staff is more superior. And that's what I'm going to do to Captain. I'm going to show that my understanding of the same passages that we have opposing views on, I'm going to show my understanding is more superior. It more lines up to the correct exegesis of the passages. But indigenous, yeah, I don't each one teach one. I'm not so I really don't want Captain. Captain is standing in the place. He's playing hero ball for those weak guys of Zakari. Those are the guys I really wanted. So Captain was never the target. It was those weak guys in Zakari who will talk to you in private but won't talk to you in public, and definitely not in the realm of debate, a debate realm. These are cowards. Those are the guys I wanted. When I came on Sonetta the first time, you see, I called out Gorilla Hebrew, and he came on, and he deflect. So it was never Captain. because of Sakari cowardice, you know, Captain promotes no cowards. Sakari doesn't. Sakari promotes cowards. Sakari promotes pro cowards. Captain promotes no cowards. So Sakari ran from the open challenge, and Captain felt like he had to come save them. You know, he's playing hero ball. I told Captain, like, yo, let them die, and you come afterwards. And then Captain told me that they have their own camp. He can't tell them what to do. I said, fair enough. So apparently, yeah, so I will definitely, my goal was to take on Sakari first, put them to public shame, make them the public example, and then Captain can try to save them and fall to his fate. That's how I wanted it. I didn't want Captain first, I wanted him last. Because he's the best of them. So I wanted him last. I wanted the clowns, the Sakari clowns first. So I'm going to show you why Sakari elected not. Like, they'll talk to me private. They'll talk to me private. Where's my mouse at? They'll talk to me private all day. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Damn it. When I find my mouse, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Oh, boy. Mouse. My son damaged the trackpad on the mouse, I mean, on the computer, so can't redo certain things about the mouse. So I want to show something real fast before I go. What the hell with it? All right. Yeah, I don't feel like cutting on lights. All right. Not that serious. All right, let me just show what I got. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let me just do it this way. look, this is what I did to Sakari. This is why they won't. They'll talk to you privately and get beat up privately, but they will not talk to you publicly. So let me just show you what happened to them in private that they feel safe about. Joseph does not beget anybody in the older Greek text. It's older than the Syriac.
Okay, let's look at the text and let's look at the Greek. Matthew 1:16. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Christ. Let's take a look at the Greek word for born. Ganeo. What does ganeo mean? Of men who fathered children. So it does say that.
No.
It does say Joseph was the father of Jesus. What does it mean to father a child? You have sex with a woman and make a baby.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because that same Greek word is used in Matthew 1:15. And Eliud begat Eleazar, and Eleazar begat. Same word.
No, it's not the same word. So
It is.
So when I looked at it,
No. It is Strong's G 1080. It's the exact same word.
No, look, I got you. It's the same root word. It's not the same affected word.
No, it's the same exact word, brother. Strong's G 1080.
All right, so do me a favor. So look up to the actual Greek text, right, in that translation. So you're going to see Textus Receptus, and you're going to see the Greek word. And you're not going to see ganao in the scriptures at all, because ganao cannot be in the scriptures. Ganao is a first person verb. So ganao is first person. So we know that can't be in the Bible, because that's Matthew's actually begetting somebody. So if you look in the Greek, the word is actually egenesin. So, and that means, and the E before the G just means past tense. So that's why I say ganao would say, I did this present tense. It's a present tense verb. It has to be past tense. Oh, so that's why the E is there. The E represents past tense.
It's the same as when it says Eliud begat Eleazar. What's the Greek word for begat right there?
Egenesis.
Okay. When it says in Matthew 1:16, of whom was born Jesus, what's the Greek word for born right there?
Egenethe.
Is it the same word?
You smoke crack, don't you?
No.
No? Okay. What's the difference between the first one and the second one?
So if you was to see egenethe and everywhere it's used in the New Testament, it's always a woman giving birth. If you look at begot, that's going to the father.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's a fair point. I can definitely look into that. That's a fair point. Headshot.
Immaculate Conception.
Okay, Pastor Meach, what's going on, my brother? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I'm good. How you doing, man?
The Papyrus 1 and Papyrus 2. These are the two oldest Gospels, manuscripts of the Gospel of Matthew, and it literally says, and even in the Syriac Sinaiticus, it literally says in Matthew 1:16, I believe is what it is. And Jacob begat Joseph, and Joseph begat Jesus of Mary, who is called Christ. That's direct quote from the Syriac Sinaiticus, and the Papyrus 1 and Papyrus 2 both say the exact same thing. So the earliest Gospels and manuscripts that we have of the book of Matthew, they do literally say Joseph begat Jesus.
Yeah, Hassad is really starting to concern me. I'm going to have to email him some glasses. He's seeing things that's not there. All right. Okay, so we're at it. Papyrus 1. And let's go to, here goes, verse 16. Right here. So now, why do you believe this reads differently from the Textus Receptus again?
You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie.
Salaki, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm Brother Yaquab. I just
Was I talking on
How you
mute?
doing, brother?
being
Wait, was I talking on mute? All right, so I said, Mickey, you're right. Captain is the bigger fish. He's the guy you want to take down. Cause you take him down, you take everybody else down, indirectly. So you're right. So I'm had no choice but to take him out, and everyone else will probably come and try to save face, but they don't have to come because take Captain down. It's all over for those guys, and I'll move on to the next topic. I'll debate those guys something else that they teach, or might even go to the Christian world because they're debating the Trinitarian, they're debating oneness. That was like an interest of mine, and in that world, it's like way more because that's the standard, Christian doctrine. So it's like the One West doctrine. So few thousand blacks, if that agrees with that. But the Trinitarian, the Oneness doctrine, we're talking about millions and millions of people who's interested in those topics. So
Salaki, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm Brother Yaquab. I just
How you doing, brother?
being
So we're at Matthew chapter 1. Verse 1 says, the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Then you have Abraham begot Isaac, Isaac begot all the people begotten. When you go to verse 16, brother, it says, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ. So in verse 16, who is Joseph's father?
I couldn't tell you by looking at this verse.
You smoke crack, don't you?
Okay, so I'm going to read. I think you got it. I think you just looking too deep into it. So it says,
Didn't
Jacob.
you say earlier that sex is marriage? A man becomes a woman's husband through
I never
sex?
said that. I never said that. But look, so let me show you this. So it says Jacob begot Joseph. So who's Joseph's father?
Who's Joseph's father?
Yeah, so 3 words. Jacob begot Joseph. Who's Joseph's father?
Okay, let me see. 1 second.
A few moments later.
I don't know if it mentions it. I'd have to look it up.
No, in verse 16 it says Jacob begot Joseph. Okay, so when it says Abraham begot Isaac, who's Isaac's father?
It's Abraham.
And what word lets you know that?
Begot.
Right. So when it says Jacob begot Joseph, who's Joseph's father?
His forefather is Jacob, but his literal father, the person who spit him out.
No,
so
I'm
to
at
speak,
verse 16. Yeah, so this Jacob and Joseph, they're different from the patriarchs. They're different.
Okay, I got. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I never
bro.
noticed
You
that.
were.
Is
I'm about
that-
to say.
Was his father really named Jacob? I always thought that was referring to. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah. You kind of confused the hell out of me. I'm about to say. What
No,
is
that is.
So I did. So what I wanted to do was because Captain got more public debate. So I told Captain, hey, about a week and a half ago, I said, hey, Captain, come on my channel. And he agreed. And I said, hey, man, you can ask me questions about the virgin birth so you could get some of my thought process in advance. So you kind of know my answers, right? So I know some of your answers. I know some of your questions. So now you can know some of mine. He agreed, but he never came on. So that's to his own demise. I try to give him a chance to come to my channel, ask me questions about the virgin birth, so he can document some stuff and know what to ask and know what not to ask. So now he just like debate me blindly, which is gonna be double worse, triple worse. But that's to his own doing.
That is second son of Isaac. Yes, that's speaking about Jacob, our forefather Israel, whose name was later.
Brother, I'm at verse 6. Brother, I'm at verse 16.
That I'm reading verse 16.
Okay, so when it says Jacob,
but wait. I think you're right because the third definition it says is the father of Joseph.
Brother, it says he's married to Mary. Brother, do you think Joseph, the son of Israel, is married to Mary?
You smoke crack, don't you?
Like these are clearly different Jacob and Joseph here.
What I don't get what you just said. I'm
Okay,
trying to figure
Mary.
out if that's if I'm
Brother,
what this here's what I'm
Mary's
saying.
not
Right?
married.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not just what I'm saying is I when I read that initially
You reek of the odor of alcohol. Reek of it right now. Okay. You're slurring your words and you can barely walk. You're dropping stuff all over the place, okay? So I would like to do something called field sobriety testing on you to make sure that you are okay to drive if I release you from this.
initially like when I read it just like as it is, you know, I would read it like, oh, Jacob begot Joseph, as if, you know, Joseph came from the lineage of Jacob.
Begot means literally the father. Like it's not a
No, I got you. I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So when you read Jacob begot Joseph, you said so basically Jacob is the father, right?
Correct.
And the word that lets you know that is begot.
Correct.
Okay. So then it says Joseph, the husband of Mary. Mary was whom was born Jesus, who is called the Christ. So here, who is Jesus' father?
Joseph. It just says that.
What word lets you know that?
Because he's her husband. How does one get married in
The next question.
the Bible?
Brother, marriage don't mean kids. Elizabeth and Zacharias were married. They had no kids.
They didn't have kids, but they had sex.
I'm not talking about sex. I said, what word lets you know Joseph is the father of Jesus in verse 16?
The word begat, meaning they
It
had
doesn't
sex
say
and consummated a baby.
No, brother, listen. It's okay. You're adding that now. Remember, we got to read it. So we're reading Jacob begot Joseph. We're not reading Joseph begot Jesus.
Okay, let's read. Let's see what the word begat means in the blue.
It means father.
Okay.
It means father.
Yeah, okay, so what are we talking about?
Okay, where does it say Joseph begot Jesus?
Listen, sir. Let me go back 1 second. Where was we at? 16? And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary.
He's married.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm pretty sure you know the Bible.
Right.
How does one become a husband to a woman?
The next question.
Brother, I want to know about fathers and mothers, not husbands and wives. Go there. So can we just agree, you and I, that it does not say Joseph begot Jesus?
It doesn't say that verbatim.
Okay. It doesn't say that verbatim. All right, so I'm out of here. Appreciate y'all tomorrow.